Oh, my bad. So to all the Patreon members, I want to thank you guys for your support. It really means a lot to me. Hopefully you guys can hear me. Yes, I'm on a better microphone. I am back home. All right. I'm on the Electro Voice. So my audio sounds crisp. It sounds clean. Hopefully my volume levels are good. We're back here. Salute to 3D Reticle. He said we need this one, big dog. Man, I got you. All right. If you guys can do me a favor, please hit the link in the description box below for the Patreon page and for the Facebook page. All right. Really join that Facebook page and the Patreon page. I did make another Patreon video today. I uploaded it, but I haven't copied the link over to the Patreon page. So all I got to do is make one move. I could actually do that right now. It's already uploaded. It's just not live on Patreon right now. Basically, I give the raw and uncut version of women in Thailand versus women in Taiwan. I give the God honest truth. It's, the live streams were more so PG-13, and it was aimed at people who want to actually get a work permit, a work visa in either Thailand or Taiwan. The video I made, raw, R-rated, XXX rated, and it's not just for people who are looking to get a work visa. It's just somebody who wants to go to either or. So after this live stream right here, check out the link in the description box below for the Patreon page. Man, it's at a very cheap price in order to listen to these videos on Patreons. So don't skip over that Patreon link. Really click the link, check out the low price, get access to all the videos, and hear some really, really good, deep game. All right. This is my real experience. For those that don't know, my name is Splash Wave Beats. I've either been living or traveling abroad for the last 16 years. All right. I just got back in town from traveling out the country like 3 days ago. All right. So I'm always traveling. 8 of those years that I spent either traveling or living abroad, I spent 8 of those years in Asia. So I know what I'm talking about. I just got back from Panama 2 months ago. Now, I've been to Mexico when I was a youngin', all right, when I was a minor. But Mexico, I was very, very young. I couldn't really do what adults do when they actually travel abroad. 2 months ago was my first time actually traveling to Latin America as an adult, and I went to Panama. This image right here on the screen, although it is AI generated, this is not unusual. You could literally go to Panama. Like if I didn't even tell you this was AI and I said this was a real picture, I wouldn't be lying. I mean, I would, but I wouldn't, because you would see this in Panama. You could literally see this couple right here in Panama if you were to go. All right. The woman on the right, even though she's AI generated, you see women this fine and in this shape in Panama. All right. So what I'm about to say doesn't represent all women throughout Latin America. Well, I haven't even been in that many. I've only been in one country as an adult in Latin America. So I can only judge the majority of Asia, not all of Asia, but the majority of Asia versus Latinas in Panama. All right. Now, one thing you notice when you go to Latin America, That's the real definition of black and brown. I'm not saying that they cohabitate together harmoniously. That's not what I'm saying. I'm talking about the hue of the pigmentation of people's skin when you go to Panama. These two right here, this couple right here, is basically what the majority of Panama you're going to see, right? You're going to see brothers this dark, a little bit lighter also, and women about this skin tone right here walking the streets of Panama for the most part. Women are that fine in Panama. As far as people that are Angloid looking, very far few in between. You see some people that are lighter, but the average person look like these two people right here, this couple right here in Panama, right? Women got body in Latin America. Why? Because of a fixed mulatto race. If you don't know about this transatlantic slave trade, they brought over most Africans, right? They colonized and populated most of the Caribbean island and Central and South America first. Only a small percentage of Africans were brought over to what's now known as the United States of America. It was already a lot of black people in the United States of America as it was. But I don't want to get into that right now. Right? So you had intense mixed breeding, intense inbreeding intense mixed breeding during the colonization of Latin America, especially during the Panama Canal, which the Panama Canal, since its inception, or the thought of actually building a canal at the isthmus, took about 400 years. There was intense breeding during that entire time. All right. So you see a lot of, there's a mixture. There's a mixture in Panama and all throughout Latin America, but really in Panama, like you've never seen it before, right? There's a different level of beauty like you've never seen it before when you get over to Panama, right? Dark-skinned black women, the shape, their smile, their hair, tan-skinned women, light-skinned women like her on the screen. It's a totally different level of beauty that you really don't see in America. Yeah, there's some thickums down there in Panama. Right, there's some big women down there in Panama, but there's a lot of women that are in shape too. All right. Now, I've lived in Thailand, I've lived in Taiwan, I've lived in China. I've traveled all over Asia. Right. I can only say, in Asia, the countries that got the finest women, I have to put Korea up there. China does go up there, but I might, Korea, China, Thailand. What I appreciate about Thailand is all women don't dress and wear their hair the same. China as well. All women don't dress and wear their hair and their clothes the same way as women do in Korea, right? Other than that, man, like, I can't even add Japan in that list from what I saw. Not saying there aren't cute women over there. It's just that, man, them women over there in Japan, they ain't got shit on women in Korea or mainland China, right? Taiwan is, man. Singapore was, I've been there a couple of times. I still got to go back because Singapore is like a melting pot of Chinese, Indians, and Malaysians, right? But even the women in Singapore is kind of like, man, Hong Kong, there's a lot of cute women in Hong Kong also. I forgot to mention them. But I'll say the main difference between Asia and Latin America is Asian women over in Asia, you know, the culture over there is very anti-black, right? A lot of guys are going to different sectors of different parts of Asia to go slumming with degenerate women. Okay, why did it do that? Okay, I did not do that. I'm not even touching the mouse and it's doing that. So I don't know why I added that comment on the screen. I must got hackers on my computer. I didn't even touch the mouse. But as I was saying, a lot of brothers, man, when they go to Asia, they always go slumming in the gutter of certain countries in order to find some sort of companionship or cooperation from degenerate women in Asia. Why? Because they have a very strong anti-black culture over in Asia. It's not just my opinion. It is what it is. I'm just telling you like it is. Does that mean you can't find a significant other? No, that's not what I'm saying. Right? There's a lot of white worshiping over in Asia. I mean, there's a lot of white worshiping around the world, but more so in Asia. A lot of people are putting skin whitening products on their body. You go to Asia, like a natural born Asian over in Asia is about as dark as this woman on the right. But with so much, especially over in Thailand, but with so much skin whitening products they put on themselves, you know, a lot of people come out pale because they don't want to be as dark as the guy on the left that's on the screen right here. In Thailand, especially in Chiang Mai, you see people wearing big parkas, right? Big, heavy coats, like a coat you will wear, you know, in an environment where it's like 40 below. They're wearing that with gloves, mittens, long sleeve, you know, long pants and, you know, boots, right? You think they in Antarctica the way they dress them, but they covering themselves up in the sun so they don't get dark. The skin whitening products that they put on themselves, you know, they want to preserve it under the coat and they don't want to be exposed by the sun. And when you lived in Thailand long enough, and then you see newcomers coming in, there are people that it's like you got to explain yourself to other groups of people. You got to explain the culture to other groups of people. I remember at this one point in time, I'd already been in Thailand for like 4 years. There was this black couple from New Jersey, young black couple from New Jersey that came to Thailand, and the boyfriend was like, bro, why are so many people wearing like heavy coats and gloves and mittens and earmuffs and it's like 100 degrees outside? I'm like, because they don't want to get dark. They don't want their skin to get dark. He's like, but why would they do that? That's so stupid. I said, hey man, welcome to Asia. This Asian culture. It's a totally different culture over here. Right? They don't want to get like you and me. Because naturally they already come out as dark as this woman on the right. So a lot of these women, they look at, especially a black person, a dark, you know, like this brother on the left right here. They look at that brother on the left as, man, I don't give a damn how much money he got on the left. I would never fuck with anybody like him because my community is going to clown me. My parents are going to disown me and my children are going to come out dark, right? Their children is going to come out dark skinned. and they'll be the laughing stock of the community, and that's what they don't want. Usually women in Asia, especially like in Thailand, they get with brothers on the left when they big and they can't really control their weight. They're over the age of 25. They've gotten on drugs. They, got a few tattoos. A lot of big girls get with brothers on the left, right? They get with somebody as dark on the left, right? Even if they're light skinned, a lot of women, like, hey man, I'd rather get with somebody of my own culture. Then once like men in their culture, even if they are light, young, in shape, and men in their own community don't want them, they don't have success in relationships, they don't do well in relationships, and they've made it to the age of 25, then most of the time they'll get with a white guy, right? When that don't work, or they keep picking the wrong white foreigner, then they'll get with somebody. They might get with somebody Chinese. They'll get with somebody light, right? Or light skin. And then, the final resort is somebody dark, right? I hate to put it like this, but somebody that gets with somebody dark in Asia, that would tell you a lot about how they think about themselves. All right. And I know this is something that most of y'all don't want to hear. I don't care. I'm telling the truth. If the truth is too much for you, then get off of this live and shut down the video. That's just how Asia is. Right. But there's a few exceptions. Like, Thailand, I haven't really seen brothers get with it. I haven't seen nobody with like a bad chick. I haven't seen nobody with a bad chick in Thailand like that. Right. Korea, I've seen a handful of brothers with really, really cute women, and they got families. China, I've seen brothers with really cute women in China, mainland China. Taiwan, not so much. Taiwan, the only person I saw who was black with a decent looking woman, he got a daughter with his wife. Wife looked good. He was light skinned, right? And like I said, they go down the color spectrum in Asia, but the color spectrum, it really tells the public, depending on how light and how dark the person is that they get with in Asia, it tells you a lot about what the woman thinks about herself, right? When I was in Thailand, dark-skinned brothers, I mean, I would see these guys with overweight women, single mothers. That's who I would see them with. All right. Then there's different places that brothers do well in. I would say, hey, on the mainland in China, brothers do well. As far as women in mainland China, it's just that your relationship might be behind closed doors. Not that she's ashamed of you, she's trying to protect the both of y'all, right? If she's attractive. Now, she's big and chunky, then she'll walk out in public with you, holding hands, getting close with you, booking reservations, because the men in her community are like, okay, that ugly motherfucker right there, that'll be a blessing if she could get somebody, right? If she could just get somebody, then cool. But we don't care who she get with because we don't want her. Now, if it's like a young 22, 21-year-old Chinese woman, fine, in shape, beautiful, and she's with a black man, then you're gonna have a Tiananmen Square massacre, which that essentially that's what that was about, right? African exchange students dating and messing around with some of the Chinese women that was at that university, and they just exploded over that. You'll have that going on. But there's still some exceptions, like, there are brothers married to women in Japan. There's some brothers I know married to women in Japan that are doing okay. They got children over there. You're starting to see, slowly but surely, starting to see more Korean women dating brothers over in Korea that look good. You see that in China. Every other country, I don't even know about Vietnam, right? Philippines is like, yeah, I mean, that's a very poor country. See a lot of brothers with Filipino women. It's a very poor country. All right. Prostitution, same thing with Thailand. You see and hear about a lot of brothers going to the poorest countries in Asia looking for women. Right. And then within that poor country, they go to the grimiest sectors of these countries to look for easy women, women with easy access. And these women, they got all sorts of mental issues. All right. Pattaya, I've been there multiple times. I would see brothers with some of the most raggediest women with a very negative reputation. Single mother, pill popper, bunch of tattoos that fucked everybody that then came through that club. Brother walking down the strip just like this with those kind of women over in Pattaya, bragging about these women. Hell, getting on one knee for those kind of women. You know how many women in Pattaya I know that, they've had like 5 or 6 different black men get on one knee for them. What does that sound like? That sound like a lot of women out here, a lot of black women out here in America. The engagement queens. Been engaged 5 different times, 5 different men said no to all of them. Single mother, tattoos, right? A lot of them women on the strip in Pattaya, they on hard drugs. That's why the nickname Ice used to be a thing for a minute in Thailand. Ice, nah, ice this, ice that. They on ice. See, me and 3D Reticle, we kind of on the same page. I've been to Thailand. I wasn't impressed, to be honest. You know what? And I lived there. Looking back at it, I'm just like, hey, I don't regret being there, but I wasted a lot of time there. And I'm trying to tell brothers about how you booking a flight, especially over in America, you booking a flight traveling 24 plus hours to get to Thailand, it's a waste of time. It's a waste of time. A lot of them women are crazy as cat shit. It's a lot of mental health issues, just not in Thailand, all over Asia. You're talking about a group of people that like put venomous, poisonous, cancerous products all over their body so that they can whiten up their skin because they don't want to look as dark as these 2 people on screen. That's a mental illness right here because it ain't somebody above them It's not somebody above them saying, hey, you're not going to make money, or you're not going to get this job, or you're not going to get any opportunities in life over here being that skin color. It's not a white man telling them this. It's their own people doing this to each other over there. Right? Everybody you meet, you could be with a beautiful woman walking down the street somewhere in Asia. That woman's going to constantly tell you, you know, all women got some sort of insecurities, but that woman will constantly tell you how ugly she thinks she is, how fat she thinks she is. And then that messes with your mind a little bit, like, damn, well, if she thinks this way about her, then what am I doing with her? What am I doing with, is that why she's with me? Because this is what she thinks about herself? So now you feel some kind of way being with this woman. It's like, damn, so women only get with brothers that they think they fat and ugly. Right? You work over there in Asia, especially teaching English, people pulling their kids out the language center, people giving the owners hell for hiring a black person. I don't want a black person teaching my kids. I want a white person. I want a white woman teaching my kids. How come you can't find somebody white? You try to get on the elevator, people scream because a black person's getting on the elevator, then they run off. You in the food court, there's nowhere to sit. You sit down just so you can eat your food. The person, more than likely the woman next to you, screams, gets up, runs, leaves her food there because a black person sat next to her. I've experienced all of that. The racism over there, it's like, look, it's a homogenous society when you go over to that culture. So the people that get with black people over there, like, they think a certain way about themselves, unfortunately. And there's always exceptions, right? There's some people that don't really care. When I was over in Asia, for the most part, the only place where I felt like, okay, I'm with a woman who thinks highly of herself, in shape, educated, good job, respectful, cute, right? I only felt that way when I was dating the women in China. That was it. Thailand, it was always something wrong with every bitch I met over in Thailand. It was always something off. Taiwan, it was always something off with every woman that I met. Right? Korea, I was visiting, but I dated Korean women when I was in Thailand. I didn't date anybody in Korea. I wasn't there that long. The women that I met up with, there was one chick, she was real sassy, right? Was trying to mimic the sassiness coming from hood rats from America. You in Korea. I ended the date shortly when I noticed that level of sassiness when I met her. Left her right there. I met up with a white chick from America when I was there. So when I was in Korea, for the most part, I was messing around with other foreigners. Japan, I haven't spent that much time over there to really know about Japan. I know a lot of people who live in Japan. They have the whole saving face in their culture. You never really know what they think. I don't want to get too deep into it. It's understanding the mind and the thought process of Japanese people in order to have a smooth relationship with a Japanese woman, look, the best person to get all that information from is a guy on YouTube, a white Australian guy on YouTube named the japanchannel.com. He has great breakdowns of how marriage life and relationships are and friendships are in Japan. The perfect channel to learn about that. Right? But just hearing that sounds like it's not even really worth it for me. Right? In the culture we come from. Way too much work. 3D Radical Thailand is overrated as a young black man. There are other places that are better and more low key. Right. But I have said that in Asia, I would say the best move to make still, if you're going to Asia, you're looking for a job, man, go to university in Taiwan, or you could choose mainland China if you want to. Right now, it's kind of hot, so go to Taiwan and major in the Mandarin language. You won't regret it, right? That will boost you to a totally different stratosphere financially if you're fluent in English and Chinese. I've already said that. In Panama, all right, let's get over to Panama. Panama, this is not an unusual sight. This is normal, right? There's still colorism in Latin America and definitely Panama. There's still colorism. As a matter of fact, I met a woman who was about the same skin tone as that woman on the right. When I was in Panama, her mother's like pretty much damn near, I guess you could consider her white. Mother's pretty much white. Her father's black. You know, it's about as dark as the guy on the left. And the mother side of the family was giving the mother shit for actually getting with and having kids with a man that's dark on the left. So that shit still does go on. I'm not excluding that. You know, I'm not excluding racism and colorism in Latin America. That shit still goes on. Right? But the woman came out looking damn near like the woman on the right, like the same skin tone and everything. So what I'm trying to say is that, and then the woman on the right, it's like the average skin tone looking woman on the right. You see what I'm saying? So this woman, if I didn't know what her mother looked like, I'd have just thought that both of her parents was about the same skin tone as her, just normal looking Panamanian woman in Panama. All right. But in reality, man, you know, there's still racism, colorism in Panama. But the majority of people, from what I saw in that country, look like those two on screen. I met up with some of the finest women I ever met in my life in Panama. And there was no shame. They was willing to meet up. They were nice. They were friendly towards me. A couple of them, they were shy. But I'm good at making a woman feel comfortable around me. I don't really have any, negative ulterior motives. Right? I just want to have a good time, good communication, good conversation, right? And everything is on me. I'm on vacation, even though I'm in your world, I'm really inviting you to my world. So most of the women that I took out were about as dark as that woman on the right. But I did meet up with black women. I did meet up with black women in Panama. Right? If you want to see what they look like, they on the Patreon. They on the Patreon page and the Facebook page. Link is in the description box below. Most of the women that I met up with in Panama, they were very dark. Right? I met up with 3 women that were black, right? They were black. And I met up with 2 women that were like brown skin like her. And then only one woman I met up with was, you know, whiter skin. But she was Colombian. But hold on, Lhasa is real as fucking Latin American. Yeah. So basically, the majority of the people that you're gonna see over in Panama, man, it's a mixture. But everybody's like a person of color. It's not. I didn't really meet people that was that light like that when I was in Panama. You know, I went to some places where like the manager of the casino was a black man. The manager on shift at in the Intercontinental Hotel was a black man. Concierge, black man. Right? The what do they call him? The bellhopper, the luggage guy who's in the front, young black guy, half Panamanian, half black American. Father's from Indiana. You go into the dining area of the Intercontinental Hotel, the manager on staff was a black man. You see what I'm saying? So you see black people and brown people within society, people of color within society in Panama cohabitating with each other. You don't see that in Asia. In Asia, it's like, okay, we're a homogenous society. Even people from other Asian countries that are immigrants, we treat them like shit. And people who just want to stay dark within our community that don't want to use skin whitening creams, we treat them like shit. Right? Panama, man, totally different. So when I was kicking it with the women in Panama, they didn't feel ashamed that they was walking with me. They didn't keep their distance. They didn't say, hey, let me walk either this much in front of you or behind you so that people don't think we're together and they start harassing the both of us. Well, I'm in Thailand and my on and off again girlfriend out there, that fine one that I showed y'all. Hold on, do I have a picture of her on here? Do I have a picture of her on here? Hold on. I could have sworn. I was looking at a picture of her early on here. I could have sworn I had it on here. Right here. Hold on. Wait. I'm gonna share. All right, hold on. Wait a minute. This was my on and off again girlfriend from Thailand. All right. Now, this picture was taken about 2 years ago, but I met her in 2014. No, excuse me, I met her in 2015. So she was slimmer than that in 2015. When we would go out, everybody would harass the both of us, mainly her. Because they would speak Thai to her, like, why black? Why black? Why black? I remember one time, like, I used to go to the street mall. There's a mall called The Street in Hue Quang. It's a decent mall. It's a nice mall. They have a nice food court. I used to go in that food court all the time. When I started dating her and bringing her around that food court, you know, all the chefs and the people that would collect because you got to pay with a card. You got to give cash to the people in the front. They take the card, then they use your card as payment. Then you take the card back and collect your cash. All right. Everybody there, they didn't bother me or whatever when I was by myself. When I brought her around, they had something to say. And then when I would go back by myself after they've all seen me bring her around several times, then that's when they would say crazy shit in Thai. You know, they had a real fucked up stance against me when I had her on my arms when I would go out. Right? Now, let me put this back on. Now in Panama, you could walk around with somebody like her, nobody's gonna harass you. Well, at least from what I experienced. You can walk around, and women in Panama are that fine. Women in Panama, yes, they're that fine with ass. Nobody really harasses you like that. At least they didn't harass me. I'm at the club. I got 2 girls at my table, both bad. We all enjoying ourselves. As a matter of fact, them 2 fine women that I left with, they made me look good. A lot of women was looking at us that night. Like, damn, he pulled both of them. There's a brother on here on YouTube. He sounds like he's from Atlanta. I forgot the name of his channel. He got a review of Panama on his channel. Him, and another girl. He took a girl to like a rooftop bar, rooftop club. They was having dinner with each other. Man, a woman on his arm, that what he's sitting next to, you know, she said it was okay. You could put me on camera. Like, she fine. Nobody harassed the both of them. And she's lighter than this woman on the right. I forgot the name of his channel. Hold on. Let me see if I can find his channel. Damn. Hold on. Damn, how far I gotta go back? Okay, all right. This the name. Wait. This the name of his channel. DCPRT, a Paradise Club. I want to pull up that video. I want to pull up that video of him. Oh, here you go. Wait a minute. This is right here. Wait. I hope the brother don't get upset if I wait. Hold on. I hope I don't get a flag. I hope he don't get upset. I want to show you this brother's channel right here. This right here. This him in Panama, right? It's at night. I forget the name of this spot. So they're sitting at a table, and if you were to turn the camera around, like the wall is there's no wall there. You're outside for the most part. You get a view of the ocean. It's at night, right? I think he sounds like he's from Atlanta. This who he pulled up to the restaurant with. Nobody harassed him. Nobody bothered him. I don't remember if she was Colombian, Venezuelan, but the thing about it is like when you go to Panama, you're gonna run into a lot of women who are Venezuelan and Colombian, right? Now, in my opinion, sure, there's a difference in culture or whatever, but all the women I saw, I didn't, you know, if I speak to them and they tell me they from Colombia, cool. But as far as the women I saw, I don't know if every woman that I saw that was fine as hell walking down the street was all Panamanian. You're there. If you're there in Panama, I'm just talking about the women in Panama. I don't give a damn if they Colombian, Venezuelan. They're there. They're there. They live there. They fine as hell. If you're there, you of Panama and you fine as hell, right? She cute. She kind of has like a Colombian Jersey girl with like a Jersey Shore type look to her, damn near, but cute. Nobody, from what I saw in this video when I watched it, nobody was harassing them, right? You show up with the equivalent of that in Thailand to a restaurant, right? And she under the age of 25, somebody by the end of the night is going to say something to her. At least 2 or 3 people going to say something to her by the end of the night. The cab driver, the motorbike rider, the waiter, the owner of the restaurant going to come out like, hey, man, why black? They're going to say it in Thai. You go to China, you walk around with the equivalent of that down the street under the age of 25. Like there's reports of, I remember there was one story when I was living in China. There was an African dude. He was going to university. He had a Chinese girlfriend who was attractive. And the African dude, he was this big Manute Bol, he was a big Hakeem Olajuwon looking motherfucker. And, with strong African features. And the people and he graduated. He graduated and got a visa, got a really, really good job, making good money. And it seemed like him and his Chinese girlfriend, they was going to have a future with each other. But the people in the community, they did not like that. And what they did was they showed up it was like a mob of 7 or 8 showed up to beat her up, right? This was at night, to beat her up. But while he was there, and then he protected her and defended her. And, he got a couple licks in. One dude, he knocked his teeth out, right? And basically scared everybody off. But they arrested him even though he was being attacked first, they arrested him. They locked him up. They took his passport. So he couldn't even leave the country. He couldn't work, couldn't leave the country. He was going to have to find a way to come up with money to pay off the medical bills for that guy's teeth that he knocked out, even though him and his girl were the ones being attacked. That happens all the time in China. Especially if you're walking around with somebody that's attractive. There was another story. You guys could look this up. Stanley Tune, where this Frenchman was walking around with his wife. There was a guy outside in Stanley Tune with a sword. This is in Beijing. And with the sword, he pointed it at the wife and was like, hey, is this your husband? Is this your boyfriend? This foreigner is your boyfriend? She looked at him and was like, okay, this motherfucker crazy. I'm going to just walk off. She ignored him. And when they walked off, the dude with the sword ran up on her and stabbed her to death in broad daylight. Killed the wife, right? So this is what people go through in Asia. Sometimes, right? Now, if you were an ugly duckling in Asia, nobody cares. It's like, okay, God bless her heart. She found herself somebody. Big Lizzo, right? Not skinny Lizzo, big Lizzo of Thailand, big Lizzo of China, big Lizzo of Korea, big Lizzo of Taiwan. Bless her heart. She found somebody that actually loves her for her. I mean, at best, she was going to get with somebody black, but, at least she doesn't have to die lonely. The community's like, oh, okay, bless her heart. We don't care. None of us wanted her. But somebody fine and attractive, man, they go ape shit in China if they see somebody young and fine with a brother. In Panama, it's not really like that. A lot of women, the majority of women are fine with ass. Panama, I think, is Spanish for land of ass. All right. Because it seemed like every woman in Panama got ass. I know this woman on the right. If she would have stand up and turn around, he was, oh damn, I forgot my phone. You would have saw ass on the screen. All right. 2 big watermelons in the back of her pants. That seat warmed in a motherfucker when she got up. Like the sides are warm. All right. I've never been able to get those Morena and Afro Latinas. I was always attracted to whites or missed. And here's the thing, man. Like, you know, you got some of these dark skinned Afro Latinas. Some of them, they're gonna have an attitude or whatever. Some of them not gonna be tripping if somebody of their skin complexion want them, right? But you know, the lighter skinned women, they might be easier for you to pull, but it still don't matter. They all fine. That's the thing. That's the thing. They fine and they got bodies, something you're not gonna see in Asia. You'll see some really cute ones, and every once in a while in certain places in Asia, you're gonna see a fine one every once in a while. But you're not gonna see a whole lot of body in Asia. A lot of women in Asia, it's like their best features is their legs. Women in China, they got ass. I don't something in the dumplings. You know what I'm saying? They walk a lot and there's something in the dumplings. They got ass, they got legs. Thai women, they got legs, right? But they got very, very masculine feet. They got masculine webbed feet. I remember I took off my shoes. I brought a chick to come back to my spot to smash. This Thai chick, like, I took off my shoes and socks. She saw my feet. She was like, oh, you got small feet. I wear a size 12. Right? They got these long ass toes. They got webbed feet. Like, not a lot of cute feet in Asia. You know, there's some cute feet, cute toes. I took a picture of a couple of toes and feet in Panama. I'm a big, dark, black dude. Saudi some shit for show. This is why I never set foot in China. All right, I'm going to take this off the screen, but make sure, you know, you subscribe to DCPRT of Paradise Club. All right, he got a couple reviews. Yeah, like a duck. Like a seal. You know, Asian women, especially Thai women, they got some of the nastiest feet you'll ever see in life. Taiwanese women, same thing. You be fucking it from the front, doing missionary style, her legs in the air, and her curls are told, and it's just like a big claw has taken over her foot, and it's like, oh God. I didn't really see that in Panama, right? They got cute feet over there, right? But make sure you subscribe to that brother's platform. All right. As I was saying, man, the women were friendly. There was a lot of rude, assholish women when I was in Thailand. You know, women are friendlier in Taiwan, but you know, there was some bitter bitches in Taiwan also, especially when you work at the job and they feel like, damn, this black foreigner making all this money. He can't even speak Chinese. I know how much he making, right? This black dude making all this money. I gotta be his assistant. You know, and then they try to throw you under the bus. They try to sabotage you. It's just the games they play over there. The only negatives I would have about Panama is like, you know, if you deal with a Colombian, make sure she's not in the game like that. because it seemed like no matter where you are in Latin America, if you meet a Colombian chick and she in the streets like that, she probably gonna scope you. I've heard of brothers getting scoped in Argentina, Ecuador, DR, all by some Colombian chick that was there that they met. So they don't really have a good reputation. You know, make sure they just a regular square chick if you fuck with a Colombian chick in Panama like that. And the other negative is when you leave Panama and you still keep in touch with some of these women, it's like they expect you to initiate the day's conversation every single time. I'm like, look here, right? And I stand on business. I stand on my square. When I'm with it, like, if we maintaining some long distance relationship, right? And I'm booking the flights, I got to pay money to have my truck parked in, within the airport compounds, right? For a week, I think it cost me like $100 to keep my truck parked safely at the airport in Houston, right? I'm paying money to have my truck parked at the airport. I'm paying money for the flight. I'm paying money for the hotel. I'm paying money for our food and our outings when we go out. And I'm putting a couple of dollars in your pocket to make sure you straight. Bitch, don't hit me up talking about why haven't I messaged you for the day? That really ain't my job there. That's your job to make sure most of the day's conversations is started by you, right? What the fuck are you doing if, like, ain't no money coming out of your pocket? At the most you spending is money to take the bus to come see me. And that's like pocket change right there. And then that money is going back in your pocket plus some once I break you off with a couple of dollars. So what the fuck are you doing telling me, why haven't you messaged me today? Why haven't I heard from you today? Bitch, that's your job. You see, and that's, that's what I noticed about some of the women in Panama. Is just like that ego, the ego to pride, it's made its way around the globe. It's not only in the Western Hemisphere, hell, it's even worse in Asia. Don't even get me started on a level of ego and pride women have over in Asia. It's way worse, right? I got good cooperation, femininity, friendliness. The sex appeal was intoxicating. I couldn't keep my hands off them Latinas in Panama. Them women, they had an ass like a Clydesdale horse over in Panama. I got to bring my own saddle when I get back over there. The ass over in Panama made me want to say, giddy up when I was over there. They had ass like a Clydesdale in Panama. And they weren't rude and stuck up. They know they got ass. They know they cute. This woman on the right, even though this is AI, I swear to God, when I was in Costco Viejo, there was a bar. I stopped and got a couple of drinks. The girl who was behind the bar looked exactly like her. That's how fine they are. Salute to Jay Bones. Thank you for the $4.99 super sticker. I appreciate it. Yeah, the ass in Panama make you want to say, giddy up. Height. Right? And, as fine as they are in Panama, as pretty as the women are, and as much sex appeal as they have over there, it's like they could be some bitches if they wanted to. They could be rude and stuck up if they wanted to. Right? Women who are 4s and 5s got attitude and stuck up and ego and pride in America. The women, it was like when I was hanging around them, everything went smoothly. It's just when I left, you know, a lot of them feel like, you know, why haven't you why aren't you messaging me every day? You're supposed to be checking in with me every day. Look here, man. I've mentioned this before. Relationships, they're built on the sexual, financial, and emotional component. Financially, I'm coming through. That's 100% me, right? So you got to make up for it with the other two elements of a relationship. You got to really come through with the emotional side. I'm not saying it's got to be 0 to 100, right? You got to do 100% of the communication, whatever. But that shouldn't even come out your mouth telling me, why haven't you hit me up today? You see, and these mothers, and I mentioned this, that, in Panama, 78% of the households of kids that are being born in the households in Panama are single mother households. There's a lot of single mothers in Panama. 78% of, damn near 80% of the community or of the country is raised by a single mother. These bitches ain't teaching them shit, right? Nothing. A mother who's taught her daughter anything, those words wouldn't even come out of a woman's mouth, because she'd already have that home training to know, okay, I like this guy right here. I'm comfortable. I'm safe. Genetically, I like him, right? Very thoughtful. Financially, he's set. He looks out for me, right? You know what? I can never repay him for all the things that he's doing for me. The at least I could do is, make his time as comfortable as possible when he get back. And I need to check in with him every single day, right? Because I know he's working hard to make sure that I'm financially set while I'm over here, and that he's going to try his best to come back as soon as possible. Nah, bitches don't think about that. Bitches around the world don't even think about that. It's, why haven't I heard from you today? So what the fuck you supposed to be doing if I'm doing all this, right? I've even said this to some women. They like I said, damn, I'm the one spending all the money. No money is leaving out your account for nothing being with me. And you got the nerve to tell me, why haven't you messaged me today? What money are you talking about? They'll say, what money are you talking about? This is how dumb and slow most women are. And it's just not an American thing. It's a global thing, right? What money? The money I got to spend parking my truck at the airport, booking the flights, booking the hotel, booking the taxi, booking the steakhouse meals, right? Booking the drinks, booking, and the extra money I've been putting in your pocket. What you mean, what money? So that's why, man, I'm not against brothers paying for sex, because yeah, the woman who's square that's saying this shit, yeah, she might not be a streetwalker, right? But she's an unappreciative bitch, right? I'd rather go down to the booty club, and spend my 50, 70, $80, and a bitch praise me while we in church and do the handstand and twerk her ass while she doing a handstand the way I like it, right? Is this how you like it, daddy? You know what? Come on, come here, get on top, turn around, right? The way you like it. You know what I'm saying? You spend more than that with a regular bitch, and she telling you, man, you the one that's supposed to be checking in with me every single day, not the other way around. Like, who the fuck are you? Right? A prostitute know better than to say some shit like that. She'll do whatever it is that you want her to do, for $100 down there in Panama, and they fine as hell. How about I want you and your friend? Okay, right? You can't even, like, I'm not even asking for sex from you. You can't even get a woman to see the work that you're doing, and you spent more. So that's the thing about Panama versus, Asia. Brothers, man, they get on these dating apps going to Asia. They're not getting no matches. Then they're like, okay, where the hip hop clubs at? And you find out it's in, like, the grimiest part of the city. It's the shittiest part of the city. The clubs are like the shit underneath people's shoe, and the women reflect that in the club just to get somewhat like somebody to acknowledge them, even though all the women there are disgusting. Right? You got to go to the worst places, in some of these cities in Asia just to get some sort of acknowledgement from the women. But in Panama, you don't have to do that. Brothers do well on Tinder. They do well on Bumble. More women on Tinder than Bumble. Right? You do well talking to women on the street. They don't ignore you. They don't say, ill, why is this darky talking to me? Right? The hoes, they body is right. They friendly. Give you nice compliments. Rub your arm, rub your legs. Pussy fresh. Like what Glorilla said. I didn't get any attitude when I was in Panama. It's just when I left, they think I'm supposed to do every fucking thing. I'm supposed to initiate the conversation every single day and check in with them. Bitch, bye. Right? I'll go back to that country and pull a chick better than you, and it's going to cost me less. Do you think it's a culture? Possibly. But I don't care if it's the culture. I don't think it's the culture. I just think that's modern women bitch behavior, because I don't really care it's the culture. Be appreciative. Overcompensate for your lack of funds, right? I shouldn't even have to spell it out for a chick. You should just automatically know. Let me do your part as a woman if I'm doing my part as a man. But a woman's part is I shouldn't have to do nothing. Why? Because somebody that they liked before broke their heart. And what women say is, okay, moving forward, I'm not going to do nothing. I ain't going to do shit. So that if he leave or I leave, it won't bother me. That's modern bitch logic. I think it's because we are American and got more money, they respect it. No, because you got your black dollars in Thailand aren't respected, or anywhere in Asia ain't really that respected like that. It's jealousy, make guarding you the foreigner your resources. Salute for the dollar, well, the 99-cent super sticker. Yeah, but tricking gets old. I stopped doing it. I possibly would do it on a vacation, but it's unlikely. Man, tricking ain't gonna never get old. As long as you got a bankroll, you could be 70. You can still have a bad bitch clean you out and suck you off if you want to. It ain't about her enjoyment, right? I can still slide up in a young bitch's womb if I'm 70 with a bankroll because it's always going to be for sale. That's really what I want at the end of the day. I think they might want to see if you care. They might not think anything about the money, just your soul. But you should already know that I care. If, bitch, I took you, like one of them hoes, I took to a steakhouse. You know what I'm saying? No, I take that back. I took her to Olive Garden because she wanted to go to Olive Garden. She didn't even want to go to a steakhouse, right? She begged me to take her to Olive Garden. Where like, and that's what blew my mind. Pause. Because I took her to a steakhouse and she was just kind of depressed a little bit. I was like, "You want to go to Olive Garden, don't you?" She was like, "Yeah." I was like, "All right, let's go to Olive Garden." Oh, thank you. You know, they don't know no better, right? This woman was used to guys taking her to McDonald's. Guys have only taken her to McDonald's. You know what I'm saying? And since she was going to school, she had a 6-year-old backpack. I'm like, man, let me do a good deed. So I gave her $200. It wasn't shit. Like, she damn near cried when I gave her that money. But got the nerve to tell me, why haven't you checked in with me every single day? You supposed to be courting me and blah, 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 blah. I blocked that bitch, man. I blocked her. Right? You out of pocket. You supposed to be doing this. I don't have to do anything. I really don't even owe you this conversation. You see what I'm saying? I don't have to do anything, and you got a choice too. And obviously, you choosing the choice you made is you don't want to have to do anything either. You don't want to have to go out of your way to message me to see how I'm doing, right? You don't want to have to overcompensate for what it is that I'm doing. So, hey, good luck, right? I'm pretty sure she's back eating 7-Eleven, Pringle chips, right? Dasani waters, Wrigley's gum. I'm sure she's back to doing that now on her dates. And good for her. That's what she wants, right? Obviously, that's what you want. Obviously, you don't get it, right? Obviously, you're not really a team player, right? I need a teammate. I need a team player. What these bitches be saying, a partner? No. If that's your idea of what a partner is, I don't want no partner. I need a teammate, right? I'm carrying this team 4 quarters, twisted my goddamn ankle. We down 2. I need you to come through in the clutch for me and do it without complaining. Yeah, Central America, South America is different, especially Central America, because I don't think that they experience Americans as much as other places. Brazilians are on point because we visited there more. Well, here's the thing. I'm not mad or upset about the women who said that in Panama. Look, there's dimes all over the place. Good luck. I wish you luck, right? If you don't get it, I wish you luck. You're going to be a part of the 80% of women who's having children out of wedlock over there, right? Because they're going to have a baby, right? They are going to have a kid. Women today, they don't give a shit about family. They are going to have a kid. But, good luck. You're going to get older, struggle, and, blame men, right? Because being a team player, that pains you. That's painful. Damn, he want me to cook for him. How the fuck have I been cooking for you day in and day out, and cooking for me is icky to you? Well, I don't want you on my team then. I don't need you on my team. Right? You become the majority statistic. That's where you belong. All right? Because there's other fine women in Panama. There's other fine women. The majority of them are fine. There's more options. Thanks for the information. I think I'll give Panama a try. I normally pass through there fast. What I like to say, man, is I know majority of you guys might not be into it, but find out when certain countries and cities are founded. All right. I heard, a numerologist say this, and it probably makes sense, right? You'll probably do well. Everybody's not going to do well in Panama, right? So if you somewhat sort of into numerology and astrology, see if like Panama is the sign you were born in or your enemy sign. If it's your enemy sign, don't worry about it. Because one brother, he got on here and said, Panama wasn't for him. Well, he might be born in the year of the rooster, because Panama, the city and the country, was founded in the year of the cat. So people who are cats, goats, pigs, they're probably going to do well in Panama. You see what I'm saying? So I just want to mention that. I don't want to stay on that topic too long, but energy is real, right? Thank you, Jay Bone. Hit the like button, family. Yes. A lot of foreign women have babies real young and bounce back, keeping tight bodies. Then when they meet a foreign dude, they lie and say they don't have the baby or it's their niece or nephew. I haven't experienced that yet. I've experienced women trying to abandon their kids to be with me, but this was like in Thailand. So that's what I've experienced. There's a lot of single mothers in Panama. I only met up with women with no kids in Panama. I only met up with women with no kids. But, I mean, do you know how many dimes I had to turn down because they had a kid in Panama? It's crazy. So black men would do way better in a Latin country. I'm not just going to say Panama. It's just, you pick the country of your choice. But, you pick the country of your choice. Anybody else got any questions, comments? Should I drop the link? Let me drop the link. All right. But so to briefly go down the list, positives about Asia. If you go to the right country, you make more money, you can gain some skills, and you could be an entrepreneur and start a thriving business. Mainly in China, you could do that, right? Go to China, learn Mandarin. start your own business, right? A lot of these warehouses and factories, they're getting exposed on uh on TikTok. They're talking about, you know, the brands. They're talking about the brands that they, you know, used to make products for, like Louis Vuitton and Hermes and stuff like that. You could be one of those people, right? You work with some of these factories, you make designer clothing, then you're the liaison, trying to ship this shit out to not only Westerners around the world, but Chinese people around the world. Because a lot of Asians, they like buying this stuff too. All right. So, Asia, you go to the right country, learn a language, preferably Chinese, start a business, do your thing, right? Negatives, anti-black racism is probably damn near the worst in the world over there in Asia, right? Your kids are going to get treated a certain way. A lot of missed opportunities because you're black, right? Oh, here go John Q. Hold on. Let me get my headphones on. All right, Nesman, I'm gonna get you in a minute. How far did your money go? Because they could use the dollar. It's cheaper than America, but probably one of the more expensive countries in Latin America. But it is much cheaper. All right, so now coming to the stage, I think it's 3D Reticle. His name on here is John Q. John Q, how's it going?
Yo, what up, fam? How you doing?
How's it going? I'm doing all right. And yourself?
Yeah, man, I'm doing good, bro. Just enjoying the content.
So you're 3D Reticle, right?
Correct.
All right. So give us your experience in Latin America. Now have you been to both? You've been in Latin America and Asia?
Yeah, yeah. I've lived in 4 Latin American countries. My favorite one, I say always, my favorite Latin American country is Peru. I say it all the time. Um,
Hmm.
but as far as dating goes, not quite the case. It's not that great for dating. Most Peruvian women, I like that indigenous Pocahontas look. I like that look, but they like really be on the whiskey brown. They really be on the white boys heavy. Like they love white skin. As far as like it just in general, I never had a problem. Like walking around, I didn't have people staring at me, even though it's a homogenous nation. It's like 1% of population is Afro-Peruvian. They don't Peruvians mind their own business. They're very different from most other Latinos. Like they're not all like happy, smiley. Because Peru, Lima, the capital, it doesn't. It's like London or Seattle. It's like they don't get the sun most of the year. It don't get too hot there. It don't get too cold. It's like real cloudy. So they're not really, you know what I'm saying? They just kind of mind their own business. They cool though. When you get to know them, they're real cool. Um, I guess, but to answer your question, I've been to I've been to Argentina, um,
Hmm.
Colombia. Um, they I will say this, I have bet the most success with the white looking Latinos, like the mestizos, like the indigenous white mix or the white looking ones. I don't know why.
Yeah.
They be I get motion with them, they be going. Um as far as Asia, I've dated Asian women. Um one girl, she was Vietnamese, she was from the States, she was Vietnamese, and then 2 Filipinos from the Philippines. Um they and I was messing around with a Thai girl. I don't know why I can't stay away from them. I don't know why I get hooked in with them Asian women, but then it always go left. They man,
They
you not
crazy.
lying, bruh.
A lot of people be talking about like the spicy Latinas or whatever. Nah, like a Thai woman, um, you never know what she's gonna do next. You never know what she's gonna say. You never know how she's gonna react. She's like a ticking time bomb. It's like they have real volatile thoughts. like, damn, that offended you, you know. So I just didn't like being around them like that. But
Yeah.
but these were women that you dated in America. These weren't like you never been to Asia.
Oh, yeah, I've been to Asia. No, all these women I'm talking about, except for that one Vietnamese girl, they've been overseas.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like I've dated, man, I've been hell Paraguay. A lot of people don't talk about that place, but that's it. As far as women goes, Hidden Gem probably top three places in the world for women, bro. That's a gem. Now, if you like diversity, ethnic diversity, that's not a place for you. But if you don't mind like the mestiza looking women, but they build crazy. They build crazy. Um, they cool. They not real. They real chill. Um, they not really on the like most women in South America, like kind of like gold diggerish. They're not like that. They're not like that. They're not really counting your pockets like that.
Mm.
Uh, and they look great. They look great. Um, but I will say about Hispanic women, I do like them. I like them. But man, you ain't never lying about the Asian women. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh my God, bro. Like it's like you pay a skin tax. Like if you black, like here's the thing, like, and I've never the Asian woman I was with, they weren't on that, at least to my knowledge. But it's like you deal with a lot with them because they even the white dudes that get with them, they deal with the shit like there's all these channels, these old white dudes in Asia, and they be complaining about their wives in a sarcastic manner. It's like they deal with the same stuff. Like they got, I don't know what it's called in other cultures, but in the Philippines, it's called tampo. And it's like basically the silent treatment. You know what I'm saying? Like if the girl
Yeah.
get mad at you, she misinterpret, even though they speak their second language is English, they speak Tagalog, but sometimes they might misinterpret a word or two what you say and take out of context, and she'll just flip out, bro. Like head about to explode, tears running down her face, hands shaking, and you ask her like, "What's wrong?" Nothing. It's fine. Nothing. Like, bro, like it's crazy, bro.
Yeah. They'll ignore you in your own house for a whole week.
Yeah, like you didn't I didn't lift it, like bitch, I didn't lift you out of poverty, and I'm helping you and your family and all this shit out, and I'm doing all this shit, but you know what I'm saying? But you go ignore me. Like I remember you commented on that one day. I told you my situation, and you was like, that's basically. I was like, nah, you ain't never lied, bro.
Yeah, man. I'm not dealing with that. I mean, I haven't known. Well, Latina women, I've never heard of them being known for that. You know, but that's more like a Filipino Asian thing. And I'm like,
Definitely.
what the hell are you mad about? You mad about over something over nothing? I'm like, all right, well, if you can petty over shit like that and not speaking to me for a week, I don't need you. Like I really don't need you. And some women over there, they think like you're like they're God's gift to you that you actually with an Asian woman and they gave you a chance because you're black and they're Asian. It's like, nah, I've pretty much been with every type of woman on earth. Like from black to white to East Indian to Asian to Latina. Like I'm not tripping over you. Like I can get another girl. Like that's not a problem. But I just don't even waste my time over there in that region. But I
No.
see a lot of brothers, they steadily booking these flights, flying, some of these flights are like 24 hours plus to get
Yeah.
over to Asia. And I'm like, hey man, if you want to go that far and waste your time with them, then go ahead, but why would I travel that far for racism, attitude, um, and nobody. The bodies are in Latin America. you know,
Oh yeah, for
that
sure.
Pocahontas look like you see right here on the screen, that's all over Panama. So I'm not wasting my time in a country or in a continent where it's like I'm not here to service nobody out here. Like I've already done the hard work. If you think, well, shit, who the fuck are you? Just because you black, and it's like, well, I don't need to be here.
I don't think people understand. Like, I think the only guy, even some of the, like, I think when you white, it's different, right? Like, it's different. But like, for the most part, Asian cultures, that most of the, especially the Southeast Asian, but even most of Asia is a matriarchy, bro. Like Asia is not a patriarchy. I think maybe China, like because the government they have, probably, but culturally, like outside the government, most of these societies, these cultures are matriarchal. Like if you have a patron of Asian establishment in the States or even in Asia, the man might be owning it. He might, you know what I'm saying, oversee it, but the woman runs it. She's the one taking the order. She's the one telling people what to do. She's the manager. She's facilitating and orchestrating the day-to-day activities, bro, like a dry cleaners, a laundromat, a restaurant. It don't matter what business, bro. A man might own it, and he might be in the back, kind of like, doing whatever, but the woman's at the register, she in the kitchen yelling, you know what I'm saying? All that is women, they run the families, especially in the poor countries. It's even worse. Like Philippines, Thailand, Cambodia, like them places, Laos, it's even worse, bro. So when you get with these Asian women and you be like, oh my God, she was like this sweet, innocent, and then she turned, bro, that turned tiger mom. That's not
Yeah, yeah.
it's like, I mean, the little Asian ladies is wild, bro. Like they crazy, bro. Um, I learned a lot, bro. I was kind of green about like Asian culture, bro. Like as far as dealing with the women, I learned a lot, bro. I don't know if I could. I feel like you, bro. I don't know if I could ever. I don't know, bro.
Yeah, see, I would only want to go over there if I have a lady, and then it's like I want to travel with her to show her, some fly places, some spots in, in Asia that I've been to, that I've seen, so I could share that with her. I would do that, but just to go out there by myself, nah, I'm not doing that again. I've seen enough, right?
Yeah,
I don't need to experience that again. You
like I
know,
would. Another thing, like Asian women, bro, they be, man. We talk about hoes. They be, man. They the most transactional women. Them and African women. I say African women probably the most transactional, but like it's kind of like a toss up between the two, depending on the dynamic of the situation. But I say Asian women, bro, they the most transactional women. Like they don't mind, like you know what I'm saying. They leverage in the box for real. Like they, it's like you could have a connection. The girl could be attracted to you. She could, yeah, I guess in a way like you or even love you. But at the same time, it's like if you ain't, you know what I'm saying, gonna benefit her financially, bro, she gonna, bro. And love don't mean nothing. Asian women, they bought that bread, bro. They straight up, bro. They ruthless, dog. Like they don't they don't mind having a husband and selling pussy on the side, bro. Like it was crazy, bro. Like I met a chick in Thailand, bro. First night I got off the plane, bro. I met a chick, hit her, and she's like, "Oh my God!" And she's like, "You remind me of my husband." I looked at her like, "What?" She's like, yeah, he's a black man too. It's like even when y'all, like she was saying, I beat the box up like him. I was like, yo, this is crazy work, bro. Like crazy work. I said, dude, yo, like and they, oh man, yeah, it's crazy work, bro. Like I definitely think I'm more. And I've dealt with Latin women too, and the thing about them is like it depends on what country they're from. Like it's a little bit more nuanced because you can get a chick from DR, you can get a chick from Colombia, you get a chick from like Argentina. There's certain baseline similarities, but it's gonna be a totally different vibe. You know what I'm saying, between the three, right?
yeah,
It's just different, bro. Like Argentinians, their culture is more European, it's more Eurocentric. the architecture, the food, the way they speak is more European like. So the women are going to be more feminist. They're going to be more liberal. They're going to have more money. They're going to be more educated. They're going to be honestly less wife material. I would never wife a chick from Argentina, but they're great for casual interactions. They're going to go Dutch on dates. They're going to they're not going to be depending on where she's from, but it's a higher chance that she's not going to be like looking to like have you finance the whole family, bro, unless you from like the projects or something. Like Argentinian women, they're cool, right? Same with Chilean women. Those are like first, second world economies. But then if you go to a place like, I don't know, DR, you're a Western Union poppy. You know what I'm saying? You in Colombia, you getting scoped. Um,
Yeah, yeah.
it's a toss up, man.
Yeah, see, you know, just all across the board, like women, they got the look, they got the bodies, they got the attitude that I like. They're not treating you like, oh look, they go a black guy. The fuck he's doing over here. That's how it is in Asia,
Yeah,
and when you're a tourist and you spend money, you go to certain places, yeah, people are saying yes, sir, or whatever, but um that's only in like certain touristy areas. When you live in your day to day life in certain places, it's you know they treat you like you're nothing, like you're nothing to them. It's like the only reason why you actually making it over here is because you're American. So I don't I don't waste my time over there. I'll never go back over there just by myself. You know, Latin America is where it's at. You know,
it
they
it
got
is,
its
bro.
good, they got its bads, especially with the whole scoping thing. But for the most part, man, it's like it's only a hop, jump, and a skip away. You have multiple countries to choose from. You know, like the flight from Houston to Panama City is 3.5 hours.
Yeah,
I didn't have to go there. I could have gone to El Salvador if I wanted to, which the
and they
ride would have been shorter.
they
I,
cleaned up El Salvador. That place on the rise.
yeah,
Um,
I could have gone someplace closer in Latin America, but I chose Panama, and I'm glad I did. I will be going back, and I don't. I'll never trade in the experience that I got in Panama for anything in Asia ever again. Fuck that.
yeah,
And it's like you see
I agree.
brothers talking about Asia and Asian women in these groups. It's very cringe, right? But I'm like, hey man, if that's what they want to do, I just mind my business.
Like I
But
think because in the States, most brothers ain't dealing with unless them cats from the West Coast. That's kind of different. They do stuff a little different out there. Like the Bay Area cats, they kind of that's the only place where Asian women like deal with black men at a high rate. Outside of the Bay Area, you don't see a lot of brothers with Asians, bro. Um, Outside the West Coast, and even then, if you leave the Bay, that rate goes even down further. So most dudes ain't really used to dealing with Asian women like that. Um, so when you get overseas and you got a higher chance of getting them overseas than in the States. In the States, they ain't checking for no nigga. They looking at they like nigga. No, they were like white man first, then maybe my own man. If I can't, once I get through getting ran through by these brads, then I'll get me, you know what I'm saying? Some dude that reminds me of my brother. That's what they be saying. They be dogging their own men out, bro. Asian women don't give a fuck, bro. Like they don't, bro. They do whatever for a white man. We
yeah,
talk about these sisters turning tricks for Brad. No, bro. These Asian women, they don't give a fuck. Like they stand on it too. They be like, so what? I want a white man. I'm like, this is crazy. Like I kind of feel sorry for Asian men in a way. Like it's, like we got it. We got our own issues as brothers, but Asian men, bro, man, it's crazy, bro. They women moving crazy, bro. Like it's crazy. Like the ones overseas, they don't really understand, but the ones in America, bro, I ain't gonna say they cooked, but it's I don't know, bro. A lot of dudes don't understand that shit.
yeah. I've seen I've seen Asian women in Asia. They sell their whole family out for a white man or
Yeah,
old
dude.
white man too.
Bottom shelf Brad, bro. This dude, man. At least the old cat, man, he might have some retirement coming in. He got a fixed income. He got assets they can squeeze out of him. But a lot of these chicks, man, they be one of these young hippie type dudes that be, you know what I'm saying, with the damn backpack on, with the dirty boots and hiking. They get them one of them cats. Oh man, they give everything for them. Damn,
It's, it's over for everybody. A guy like him will fuck everybody in the family. You know,
bro. I remember.
he done fucked the wife, he fucked the husband, the sister, the brother.
It's like that in Latin America too, but to a lesser degree. But it's the same thing for them. But black men have a better chance than some Latin countries. Like I knew a white dude when I was in Paraguay. This dude, now granted, I was doing pretty good in Paraguay, at least so I was doing pretty good. And then I started talking to this white dude, man. He was like 6'2", green eyes. I think he had red hair or something. You know what I'm saying? He was a cool dude and shit. But I used to do I used to go to the gym with him and shit. But um he was telling me like, man, he was just running through these chicks, bro. Like he was just, oh yeah, I got this girl. You know, that's my girlfriend, but I got this chick on the side. And I got this girl coming through. Like, bro, I mean, just running through them, dog. And I was like, he ain't even do nothing, bro. They just do whatever. I said, what you be doing, bro? I just tell her come over. I was like, they do it, bro. Like you know what I'm saying? They do it, bro. He knock them down and send them on their way, and they be like happy. They be, you know what I'm saying? They ask when they can come again and shit. Like, dude, this shit is crazy.
There's a white guy.
Yeah, white guy, bro. It's like Burger King, bro. Them dudes have it their way, bro.
Yep. Yep. You black. You know what I'm saying? Especially in Asia. Boy, you ask them just questions, just regular questions to get to know them. Why are you asking me so many questions? You the police? You work for the police department? Why are you asking me so many? So me asking you what do you do for a living makes me a cop. You know, they catch an attitude right in the beginning, and now they don't want to speak anymore. It's like,
And another thing about Asian women, like I said before, they really like Asian and African women. They're real like transactional minded women, right? And so I will say this about Asian women, at least they will fulfill they part of the deal. Like, yeah, they crazy, this and that. They'll cook for you, they'll clean for you, they'll fuck you. You know what I'm saying? They'll do it like clockwork. She'll be like, I don't want to do this, and she'll fucking do it because she know that's her duty. Them Africans, them bitches ain't doing that shit. And then you gotta pay for them, and then they want to be treated like queens. Um, yeah, like at least I can say that about them. The Asian women, like to a certain point, they'll fulfill their obligation, right? Um, as long as you take care of their family, you know what I'm saying, and you don't get and you stay and they maintain some attraction for you, you should be okay. Like she gonna put out, she gonna cook, and she gonna clean. She gonna do those three things. She gonna iron your clothes, all that shit, right? Now, if you bring her back to the States, that's a different story. Then the shit it get kind of complex. But if you keep her in her country and you buy a house, you know what I'm saying, you build her a house, you break off the parents some bread, you know what I'm saying? You bring gifts, you know what I'm saying? You send a couple boxes of clothes and shit for the family, the brothers and sisters and shit. Get a kid some candy, give a couple $100 every month. You'll have it your way. You know what I'm saying? You could pay to play in Asia. In Africa, shit, that's a gamble. You rolling dice with that shit. Yeah, your chick gonna be fine. She look good, all that, but hey,
damn, what countries in Africa did you go to?
I've been to South Africa, um, Malawi, and
Let's see.
Kenya.
South.
Malawi, this shit is
I
dumb.
never go to South Africa.
I've been to visit. That shit was weird, bro. It's a beautiful country, but the women, bro, it's like they worse than American women, bro.
Yeah, well, shit. I dealt with them in Taiwan. There was a bunch of South Africans in Taiwan, and them bitches were the worst,
Yeah.
ratchet as hell.
Yeah, they
Just
the worst, bro. They worse than black women in America, bro.
yeah, they are.
I didn't think that was possible, dog. Um, I didn't think that was possible, bro. I said, dang. I said, yo, this, and I was only out there for like a week and a half, bro. I was like, you know what's crazy? The white chicks in South Africa was showing me more love than them, and I was like, this is wow. You got apartheid shorties out here showing me love. I said, this is
Yep.
crazy. I was
I
like, what
hate
the?
South Africans, man. I don't. Bitch tell me she's South African. I'm like, man, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, it's because it's like in their culture, I guess, you know what I'm saying, way back when that Zulu stuff, it was like you got to pay the dowry. And cause I got a homeboy, he got a South African wife. His wife is like from a village, so she like traditional. She good to go, but you got these chicks that's from the city, but they still like identify with their culture. So they want you to, you might not have to pay a dowry, but they want you to trick on them. But then like they want to be like city girls at the same time. It's not going, bro, like at all, bro. Like,
Yeah.
but I will say this, looks wise, they the baddest, bro. They the baddest on the continent, look wise. I will say that.
Oh no,
Like
they got body too. Them South African women, they got body, but
they stuck up, bro.
the
They terrible.
colors, the quote unquote colors, their mind is gone.
Yeah, I don't even mess with. I don't even like light skinned women, bro. I either like them like white or like real dark. So like,
Yeah.
I like Kenyan and Ugandan women. Them to me, them I like Kenyan and Ugandan women. Uh, I think them by the two. I do think West African women are attractive, but it's just a no. It's an absolutely not for me. With them, it's just nah. I'm not even going. They
So
might as
look on
well.
this, look on the screen. I saw this meme today. But we've always known this, but it's just the pictures are very accurate. Like Asian girl dating standards for white guy and Asian guy.
Oh
There was
yeah,
so many comments underneath this one, like Asian guys saying like this true. Yeah, like I mean they could have got a better looking Asian woman up on top, but
it's true,
you'll have
bro.
like
It's
a decent Asian woman up on top, and they'll actually this type of white dude, um, this type of white dude right here. Yeah, they'll marry him. They'll give him like 3, 4 kids, everything.
and he be broke. The crazy part about it is because you young. The best thing, like for you young and you can give them kids. They won't. The money won't even matter, bro. They parents, they'll have their parents financing the marriage, bro,
Yep,
and the parents will do it.
yep. Parents will buy the house.
Cause you giving they more Raza on a whole nother level, man. You giving them white Asian babies, bro. They going, man, shit, man. Yeah, you got to be damn near Bruce Lee, Chad. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Bruce Lee, RP. He had him a Becky. You know what I'm saying? He was pressure, but he was like the elite of the elite, bro. He like probably one of the greatest Asian men to ever walk the earth, bro. It's like if you ain't Bruce Lee, Giga Chad, you know what I'm saying? Goku, you know what I'm saying? You ain't getting nothing. You can't even get your own women, bro. Like this shit crazy,
Yep.
bro. You got like Bruce Lee was a rock star, bro. Like he was
I
these
remember
dudes.
one time there was this white dude. He was a construction worker, young white dude. He was a construction worker in China, and he like if you don't know, I used to live in China, so like the dorms they build next to a construction site, like it's real shitty. And so he married a Russian woman. He married his Russian girlfriend, and the shit went viral
Mm.
just because like a Chinese man married a white woman, and white woman was like, "What the fuck did she see in him? Like we don't even want him. Why does she want him?" So that like interracial marriages where it's a man, Asian man, white woman, they go viral in China, right? Like this on this meme on the screen right here, that Asian guy. I used to work with a guy that looked like him in shape, and I remember one of the coworkers, one of the Chinese coworkers, she said, "Yeah, you know, it's just He's not doing too well, yada yada. I'm like, what's going on with him? She's like, yeah, his girlfriend broke up with him. Him and his girlfriend broke up. I'm like, so? She was like, yeah, but they was together for 5 years. I'm like, so? She said they never had sex.
Oh man.
That's common. Like in China, like there's way more men than women. So women, they do that type of shit. They
Dang.
walk all over the Asian guys over there.
Bro. Dang, dude. That's brutal, bro. That's why if you travel and you see a whole bunch of Chinese dudes, man, they tricking, bro. They come in the joint making it rain, bro. They say if I can't get one off the muscle, I'm gonna get one off the grip, bro. I'm gonna go in there, I'm gonna blow a bag on them. Them Chinese dudes been there OD tricking, dog.
Yep. Yep.
That shit. They be marrying them too. Like they be out there building businesses and marrying them women and shit. I was like, man, like yeah, Asia is on another level, bro. Like as a black man, you can. I will say this, like you can if you young, and I won't say you don't even have to be like super good looking or just don't be out of pocket. Like you know what I'm saying. Keep yourself within decent standards. Have good character and have a little bit of bread in your pocket and don't be a simp. You could go to certain countries in Asia and do okay, but you will run the risk of like your wife needing the family taken care of because ain't no Asian woman with money gonna look your way. Even some of the white dudes, them rich Asians ain't looking at them like that either. You know what I'm saying? Like, so your girlfriend gonna be poor. She gonna be from poverty. She gonna be from the province or the projects. Um, it's not necessarily a bad thing. It's just you gotta understand that in that you gotta pay the foreign tax. You're gonna have to muscle up and take care of like if you go, like I said, like black dudes, you can go to the Philippines and get you something, right? If you I don't know about being older because I'm 32, but if you go to the Philippines, you can find you something. She ain't gonna be fat, she ain't gonna be sloppy, she might not be a baddie, she be like a solid six, slim, you know what I'm saying? She cool. You can get you something, she can get you some eye and you can run with that. But you got to vet her though, you know what I'm saying? She got a secret baby. Her little nephew is that her son? You gotta you is you know what I'm saying? That she is her parents like did she do you do, are you is her family gonna want you to, you know what I'm saying? You gotta buy the whole family a house. You gotta uh get the whole family pasalubong every month. You know what I'm saying? Like um if you cool with that, the Philippines it might not be a bad place. If you cool with a transactional relationship, that might be a underrated place.
No, I'm not fucking with the Philippines. It's dirty, nasty, shitty over there. You got the
Yeah,
women, you see how they living. They living in a gutter out there. They FaceTiming you. The background is all cinder blocks, right?
yeah, for
Bed
sure. It's
bed
cement
sheets,
home.
bed sheet blinds over the window. Ain't even a
Yeah,
window. It's just it's like a hole where like they just didn't stack a cinder block there. So it's a
yeah,
hole
just
where
cut
it's
out.
like it's supposed to be there, but it's just a hole and they got a bed sheet over it. And
Yeah,
them women, they be ghosting a lot. Nah, I'm not. Nah.
yeah. It's as I say, it's a lot. Like if you marry her, hey, you gonna have to build a
You gotta take,
compound. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying?
you gotta take care of the family.
Yeah, you
I'm
got
not
it for
doing that.
sure.
Yeah, man, I'm not doing that. Like, nah. And
And
it's far, and nah, nah. And they
yeah,
ain't got
that's
no titties, and they ain't got no ass.
some of them do. You might find one or two. I remember I was out there. My girl, she was like slim. I like them all shapes and sizes. Her in particular, she was slim. She was real slim. She had curves, but she was pretty slim. And I seen a couple. I was out there like, hey, somebody, hey, these chicks ain't, you know what I'm saying? They kind of, some of them kind of, you might catch you one. You might, if you like them
Yeah,
on the
but
thicker
it
side.
ain't like there's always gonna be one or two, but it ain't just one or two in Latin America.
Oh no,
It's
they everywhere.
everybody.
Yeah, like
Everybody got titties and ass in Latin America.
yeah, like when I was in Argentina, bro. I was surprised, bro. Like it's just you ever like white women that's built like black women, built better. I said they built better.
Built
I
better.
ain't built better. Ass, thighs, no gut. You know what I'm saying? Tight,
They don't know how fine they are.
bad. Boy, Argentinian women, bad boy. They all look the same. They got that the white skin, the long black hair. Some most brothers don't really like that look with Latinas. You know what I'm saying? I like it. I'm cool with it. I love it. That's all I really attract anyway. So it's like shit. I ain't cool. Hey, I still don't understand that. Like I give it to Latinas. It's always them. Like it's never the Afro Latinas or the like the mixed ones. The mixed look like the exotic looking ones is never them. Like I had a friend. She was Afro Latina. She said she prefer a white man. I never asked her about it. I was like, that's her preference. Cool. I ain't really want to get into all that. I thought that was interesting.
Yeah, because they insecure with themselves. They want the kids to come out light. That's what they want. And I'm like, I did all right with the Afro Latinas in Panama, so I ain't, but yeah, that colorism factor, it is there, but it's something for everybody. And they fine. Like that this one this one brother's one brother's channel that I was showing earlier. You see what I'm saying? Like that's kind of what you talking about right here. Like he on
Yep,
a
that's
date
it.
with like the whiter Latinas, giving him the most cooperation. I'm not saying that I don't know. I didn't see enough videos to see if he got cooperation from the Afro Latinas, but one Afro Latina I was with, she was dark skinned, but she was very, very pretty. She was a little bit sassy. She got a little bit of sass to her. But see, the thing is, it's like, you know, brothers that get with some of these white ones, and you know, they just for whatever, like they're just extremely into us.
Yeah, that's
And
my
so I'm gonna
experience.
go where I'm appreciated, not where I'm tolerated.
And
Or
the white
shit,
ones,
you
they
you
do
get
more
with
for
a
you, bro.
Afro Latina, they frustrated.
Yeah, that's my experience, bro. They do more for you. Like I remember every like the white Latinas. I had one. She was kind of crazy though, and I think I was like the first black dude. She probably or one of the first. I don't think I don't she the way she act. I don't think she dealt with a lot of black dudes before, but she was like, bro, she would do. She never wanted me to pay for nothing, bro. Like she always went 50-50. She would pay for me. She would drive me around. Bro, she had her own crib, nice ass crib, brought me over. Um, bro, she came whenever I wanted to, you know what I'm saying? She was like every time she just wanted to service me, like top me off, like it doesn't matter where, like she come over to the crib like on her lunch break from work. She had a good job. Um, she was a college professor. She come to the crib. I just want to service you. I just want to. I say, whoa. I say, what the fuck?
Damn,
Do it wherever, bro. Like one of the white. I had this other one. You know what I'm saying? She was like, and that one, the one I was just talking about, she was bad. This other one, she wasn't as bad, but she was a certified freak. She went my birthday. She went and bought me some wine. You know what I'm saying? She took me out to eat. I had another one. You know what I'm saying? She went and bought me dinner for my birthday. I was like, damn. I said, man, yo, all like white Latinas, bro. Like, so if I ever like wanna get a like a wife or something, it's probably gonna be like a white Latina. Like,
damn. Snow
yeah,
bunnies forever, black women never.
I, I ain't gonna say never, but it's them snow them Blanco senoritas, bro. They be putting in work, bro. Like,
Yeah, that's all we want. We don't give a damn about a degree or motherfucking how they a boss bitch and how much money they got. We don't give a damn or what kind of car they driving. Man, like, are you feminine? You know what I'm saying? Do you think of others? Do you think of me? Like, are you considerate? You know, our own kind in America very inconsiderate.
And
At
another,
most, all they thinking about is a baby. That's it. You giving them a baby. That's it.
I
So
would say another reason for brothers, like if they, I would say if they looking for something serious, while white Latinos probably is a good option, they typically they're usually will have their own money and have good jobs, right? Like in their countries, like the women, I've never dealt with bums. Like all the chicks I had jobs, they had their own cars, they would drive me around. I ain't had no car when I was down there. I was just Uber everywhere. They would come pick me up. You know what I'm saying? They would take me out to eat. I'm like, shit. I'll say, whoa. You know what I'm saying? I got it. I go 50-50. I'll say, oh my goodness. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what, you know what I'm saying? They got bread typically, right? So it's a different dynamic. You know what I'm saying? They got a career. You know what I'm saying? Uh,
yeah, I feel you. I feel you. I've heard of brothers getting that kind of treatment. I remember I did one stream. This was back in 2017, 2018. One brother came by the stream. He went down to Colombia. I forgot which city he went to, but I guess he hung out in a rich area, met with some chick who had paper, and she was like, "Nah, cancel your reservations at the hotel. Stay with me. You can stay in my house." He was like, she paid for everything. She even cooked. She drove them around everywhere they went. She had like a Range Rover, and I haven't heard from him since. You know, maybe he live down there now. I don't know what happened to him, but I remember that guy. Like I did two back to back streams with him, and he was telling me he was getting that level of treatment from a white Colombian chick. And
yeah,
I didn't meet any white skinned Panamanians. I don't know if there's that many down there like that, but I definitely got to try a different country to test out the waters with some of them white Latinas.
yeah. They might not be like if that's not what you really into like that. They're gonna be bad, but they might not be like that exotic joint, but what you getting in return, like you was talking about the economics of the situation, the dynamic gonna be totally different. Now you do get the hood rats that's you know what I'm saying, but you can filter them out if you in the good part of town. You know what I'm saying, going to the good mall, the good restaurants. That's all you're gonna see is like them, like you know, shop and patron businesses. You know what I'm saying? You might see the Morenas and the Afro Latinas like working the counter and stuff. Um, but them the ones with the money, bro. It's a weird dynamic down there. But if you ain't trying to, you trying to live your soft guy era, your soft life, I'm telling you, bro, that's the way to do it, bro. And they don't demand as much. They don't need as much. They got their own, and then their parents be having money too. Like they might be like kind of like themselves. They might be a college student. And they might be quote unquote broke, but their parents got money. Parents might be an architect. One girl, her parents are architect. The other one, her dad ran a construction business. The other one, her parents, I think they was host at a radio station. Um, you know what I'm saying? Hey, bread. You know what I'm saying? They had their own bread. So even if you do, want if they do want to come up as a status thing or because you got more money than the rest of the dudes in the country, but it's like they not going to require as much. You know what I'm saying? Like if you do have to take care of them, or if they do want to be a housewife, this is literally them. Is and your kids. It's not like I gotta, you know, mama and daddy washing their ass with a bucket like in the Philippines, and you know, it's a whole different environment, bro. Like the stuff I seen when I was out there with my ex-girlfriend family, I was like, whoa, this is like, yo, this was different, bro. Like I was washing my ass with a bucket or something. That shit, it wasn't as bad. Like I gutted through it. It wasn't like terrible, but I've been worse. But it was like, yo, this is crazy.
Man. You want to know something like you mentioned Argentina. before my granddad had passed, we had a long conversation. We just talking about traveling. He told me his favorite country he ever been to was Argentina. He said that was his favorite. And now I'm hearing a lot of brothers talk about Argentina. It made me want to go. You know, it damn, how long does it take to get down there?
It's gonna take you about you probably fly through Panama, right? Because Panama's like a travel hub for Latin America, so you probably fly Panama connecting flight. And you might have another stop in Brazil, or you might fly from Panama straight there. It'll take you about 12, 15 hours.
Damn.
It's down there, bro. It's but it's not that bad, bro. I don't know. It's not as bad as flying over the Atlantic. I don't know why it's not that bad, bro. Like taking a flight from North America to South America ain't as bad as taking a flight from the US to like Asia or the Middle East. It's not
Yeah,
that bad.
that should be like 30 hours.
Yeah, it's Argentina low key. The food is good. It's different. They have a different like they not eating rice and beans like the rest of Latin America. They eating steaks and bread. You know what I'm saying? They eating drinking wine, bro. Like they different down there. They eat big T-bone steaks and ribs and brisket. And it's a different. They eating French fries. It's crazy. Like I ate good when I was down there. There's a lot of stuff to do down there. The nightlife. I'm not really. The nightlife is cool. It's cool. I give it a 7 out of 10. It's cool. The nightlife is straight. Uh, it's the food is really good. The food I give it like a 9 out of 10. Like
But
if you like,
you haven't been to Panama yet, have you?
I've been so I passed through Panama, frequently flying down to Latin America, and I've been once. I don't count it, but I had a flight had a delay, so they had to give us a hotel for the night, and all the hotels in the city was booked up. So they booked us at some resort, like the Westin Resort or something, like outside the city. It was like on top of a mountain. It was crazy. Like it was the only hotel they had, bro. So they put us in like this 4-star resort on the side of a mountain, and it was like right on the water. Damn, shit was kind of nice.
I might have to check that out. That don't count, but I might have to check that out.
Yeah, I don't too much count it, but I did get to kind of see, you know what I'm saying, some of the city. I would like to go back to Panama. I would like to go back. I got a homeboy, his mom is Panamanian, and he be telling me, you know what I'm saying, about it and stuff like that. So I want to check it out.
Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah, shit.
So what other places you been, bro? Like what like Latin America, you know what I'm saying? Like 'cause you be giving a lot of game, bro. Like you be kicking some good stuff, man. That's why I be tapping in.
Um, I've been all over Canada, Panama, um, and then just really all over Asia. That's about it. Except for
So what
like Philippines. Like I've dealt with Filipino women, but I haven't been to the Philippines, but I've pretty much
I
been
don't,
all over Asia.
I don't think you would like it. Like if you've been to the other
Oh, I know
countries,
I wouldn't like it.
yeah, uh, but besides Panama, which it is on my list actually, I think if I were to like live outside the country on this side of the planet, Panama probably be my first choice actually to be like an expat, which is crazy.
Yeah.
Besides Panama, what else would you recommend like for
Be
brothers to
honest,
go?
I don't know just yet. You know, because I still gotta, explore myself. You know, a lot of guys talking about Germany. I got family over there. Some of the people on this platform that have shared their experiences, I don't know if I would go just to explore and try to holler at the women. Like the homie Sam Combo, he went to Iceland. Now I want to go to Iceland, but you know, the way he was talking about the women over there, it was just like, I want to go someplace where it's not that far and I could frequently just fly back and forth to and from. And then whoever the chick is, I can get her a visa every once in a while for her to come see me. And I wanted to be close enough. So, you know, Sam, he went to like the islands of Spain, Iceland. Um, I think he went to Sweden also. But I just I wouldn't mind going to those places. I'd rather take a chick over there. But to look for a chick, man, I'm still exploring Latin America. You know what I'm saying? And I just know I don't know which destination yet besides just Panama. I have my eye kind of set on the Dominican Republic. Sam went over there. He has some. He you know he has some good success over there on the dating apps. A lot of them match with me over there, but um, I would say I can't give it a go, but I wouldn't mind going over there just to see what's next because it's way cheaper than Panama. Um, when it comes to money, Panama's kind of up there on the list. I don't know if that's how it is for Paraguay and Argentina, but one of the other homies he said that El Salvador is the women are on point, cooperative, and it's really really cheap over there. So that might be my next destination.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt the El Salvador after that new president they got. He cleaned up the country. Um, you know what I'm saying? It's kind of popping up. I had an opportunity to go to Honduras, but I said, man, I said, man, hell no. You know what I'm saying? It's a beautiful country. It's just kind of unstable. It's kind of like what Salvador was like 15, 20 years ago. Um, they got great beaches, great weather. It's in the right, the climate is perfect, but that man, they got to clean up that murder rate. Man, they got to clean that up. Salvador is might be a good move, man. Um, I think
Yeah.
I think that might be a good move, man. And the what you were talking about earlier about getting visas, right? So here's another thing. One of the girls that I dealt with, you know what I'm saying? And it sounds messed up, but I think you can kind of understand what I'm saying. Like the advantages of getting like a white Latina chick from South America or Latin America. Like she already had a tourist visa to the US. She used to go to the US, right? I was dealing with her ex was American actually. So if let's just say we actually became a thing, right? Or we lasted longer. I didn't even have to do nothing. She already got a visa. The other chick, because they take you through the ringer. Some of these foreign people when they go to get these visas to enter the U.S. legally. So the other girl I was dealing with, she easily got one. She just went down there, did an interview. She had a government job. She made money. Her parents was cool, straight. They had money. Boom, visa, easy, right? 10-year visa. This other girl I'm dealing with, she moved up. Who I was dealing with, she had got a visa to Australia, right? She had dual citizenship to Spain, right? So she living in Australia, right now. So for
Mm.
them, you know what I'm saying? Like it's like if I wanted to, but if you're dealing with a chick that's kind of like, oh, she from the barrio, you know what I'm saying, this and that. Hey, bro, you're gonna have to cough up a few bands, bro, to get shorty right. You're gonna cough up a few $100s, man. You know what I'm saying, to get her right. You're gonna have to level her up. You're gonna have to pipe her up versus a chick, she got it, bro. She might level you up, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
And
I
I
hear
think
you.
that's what I say about them. That's another reason why I like doing when I travel. I ain't gonna lie. I'll be like, man, give me the snow bunny Latinas, man, because they be having the bread, bro. I ain't gotta pay shit.
Yeah, Nesman said El Salvador, all the dudes are locked up.
Oh yeah, yeah. You come down there, easy work.
It's
They
all,
got beaches and stuff down there too, because I know Costa Rica played out, man. It's too expensive. It's like Thailand, but for the Western Hemisphere, man. All them white folks went down there and raised the price on it, gentrified the whole country and shit. So
yeah, I seen. Yeah.
I think DR is always a solid move. Like I don't think you can go wrong with DR. I just think like you were saying, it's just gonna be a transaction. You know what I'm saying? It's for a little good time. You just have you something down there. When I tap in, she take care of you. She spend the time with you. Then when I leave, it is what it is. I think DR is always solid. You can't go wrong. Um,
Y'all don't I don't mind having like, a transactional situation with women because I mean, a lot of times, man, it's not even gonna cost that much in the DR. You probably get more out of a chick than you would courting some stuck up, westernized feminist like chick. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes like I'm not even just always looking to fuck when I'm kicking it with a girl. I mean, eventually, yeah, but sometimes I just want to relax, chill, have good conversation. But I don't mind if women are doing a whole transactional thing. They like poverty is for real out there in the in the DR. So I know they're not really charging that much.
nah, man, I got a Dominican homeboy. He from Miami, and he be like every other weekend he be in the DR. I say, hey, bro, you be man, dude. You know what I'm saying? Pause. He got an OnlyFans. I say, bro, you wildin', bro. I say, you go check it out. I say, hell no, bro. But he was like, yeah, I got like 15 girl rotations. Like, bro, you come to Miami, I was like, so I said, how you get them, bro? He's like, man, I just buy him a plate, like chicken and roast con pollo, man. I say, what the get shorty a plate of chicken wings or something, man. And she going, bro. He was like, you ain't got to do nothing for these hoes. I was like, damn, bro, damn. So yeah, he said, I just buy a plate of food, bro. She going. I said, man, this shit crazy, bro. I was like, so all you do is buy her some dinner, and you got her on the couch getting piped out on OnlyFans. He was like, yeah, pretty much. I was like, dog. So you can brothers can have it their way in Latin America, man. If you move it right, you can have it your way, bro.
Yeah, man. So I think for now, you know, I don't know about this year. This year I want to go to a different Latin American spot, either El Salvador or the DR. But I know it only be one because I got other places I got to go to outside of Latin America. But you know, two more trips. One of them is going to be somewhere. I don't know if it's going to be Panama or El Salvador or DR. I guess I go back to what I'm used to, what I'm comfortable with. But um, Nesman said the DR is burnt out. I don't think it's burnt out. Why is it burnt out? Yeah,
Probably because a lot of bro, like a lot of guys online, you know what I'm saying? They be out there. I think, to be honest, I think Colombia's burnt out, bro. Um, I think Colombia burnt out because it's more dangerous, bro. Like the risk, and then the girls, like they might look a little bit better in Colombia, but it's like, bro, like nah, bro. Like I've been to Colombia before, and I've been there before the pandemic, and even then, I was like, it's cool, but I think it's a little bit, just a tad bit overrated. It's a tad bit overrated. Um,
yeah.
when
That's
I
that's,
went,
that's the thing. Like Colombia, they probably the baddest in Latin America, but they're the most dangerous to deal with.
now what I did was I went like I did have a lot of fun like doing like wholesome recreational activities. I went to Medellin. I did a Pablo, like all the Pablo Escobar events, Guatape Rock. I did ATV, four wheeling, went paintballing, I did a hike, I did a couple Pablo Escobar tours, went to his grave site. I did a lot of cool stuff. But also, you know what I'm saying, when I was out there, I went to all the little spots, parking areas and some other spots. I will say the move is if you if you're on the P for P tip, just keep it to the strip joints, right? Because I ain't had no, I wasn't picking them up off the street or ordering them off Tinder. And it was a group. I went with a group. It was me and three other dudes, right? So I wasn't just out there solo dolo. You know what I'm saying? Um, and because at the strip joints, it's like it's secure. Like the people. I guess the people who you ain't gonna ruin business. Like you ain't gonna we ain't gonna mess up customers, bro. We ain't about to get busy on customers. Like they paying customers, right? And then you ain't got to take them back to your place. They got places in there. You in a room for like $5. You know what I'm saying? You in there.
Yeah, that sound like Thailand.
Yeah, it's just like Thailand.
Yeah.
It's just like that. It's same situation. You go up in there, but it's in Thailand. They just sitting there on the wall. It's like in Colombia. It's kind of like the States where they got the trap music playing. You know what I'm saying? Cheeks clapping. You know what I'm saying? Handstands, all that shit. Just like it's like Magic City, but then you actually get to take the chicks to the room and shit. So it was cool. Like it was and most of the cats in there is like American anyway. So like I kind of felt like I was back in the States when I was in there, but it was better because you get to, you know what I'm saying, you work out a price and then you take them and do what you do. So I would
Yeah.
say that's probably the best way. uh I ain't bringing no chick back to Colombia. I was like, nah, I ain't bringing no joint back to the crib. Get that.
That's the thing. There's so many Colombians in Panama. It's like that was in the back of my mind. I'm like, yeah, you fine, but I don't know if I'm gonna bring you back to my room. If I bring you back to my room, then you're gonna have to drop your ID off at the front desk and get it back when it
Yeah, that's how they do in
when you leave.
Thailand.
Yeah, because I can't I can't risk that.
Bro,
No.
I had seen one dude video. I forgot the dude name, but he was like making a video about like going to Colombia. And people in the comment section was like, nah, it's played out, it's dangerous. He was like, nah, he was like, bro, you gotta buy these pills that like just in case you get scoped, it like dilutes it. And I was like, yo, he had them. It's some charcoal pills, bro. It might just be good to have them just in case, you never know. But the fact that he had a bottle of these pills, bro, he's like charcoal pills, bro. He's like, if you buy these pills and take them, it'll like it's specifically designed to stop these like slow the rate of it digesting in your blood. I was like, yo, this is crazy work, bro. Like it's like, God damn,
You got the antidote.
yo, that's sick, man. That's sad. I was like, yo, and then I think the dude, because he had got scoped before. That's why I think that's why I was watching the video because he had made the rounds like back. I think it was either last year or a couple years ago when all them cats was getting scoped. Like every week, I get on YouTube and a different dude was getting, you know what I'm saying, scoped. A lot of dudes getting deleted over there. Man, it was a Asian dude got deleted over there. It was a brother. It was a white dude. It was just every week it was somebody different, man. I
This was
think it was
all in Colombia.
yeah, all in Colombia, bro. I think the most recent one I seen is a brother got deleted in Rio. He had a family and stuff, and they had him on video, bro. It's kind of weird because his wife. I bet that was a weird thing because his wife was like on the news. You know what I'm saying? Saying he was a good man.
I did a video about that. He from
Yeah, bro.
Minnesota.
Yeah, the brother from Minnesota, bro.
Yeah.
And he on the damn surveillance CCTV camera with some 304s. I say, yo, that's crazy. That's crazy, bro. I say, dang, bro. That's
And
I
here's
ain't.
the thing on camera, like, see, they followed him the whole through. This man treated them bitches to a good time, like took them out to eat and everything. It's like, damn, this man gave you a good time, probably gave you money, and you still scoped him and deleted him and took all this shit.
That's why I say you got to deal with them. Bro. And I seen them, bro. They some hood rats, bro. I could tell, bro. Some dusty feet, chonkla flip flop, favela birds, bro. I say, bro, you a millionaire, you dealing with that? I say, bro, I get better than that.
I don't know. Did you see his wife?
No, his wife, not his wife was cool. She was a
No,
white
his,
woman. She
his
was
wife
cool.
was no man. His wife looked like an oxycontin head. His
Yeah,
wife
she
was
had the
bust down.
she had the buzz cut, man. She was like was a Sharon Osbourne or
And
some
she
shit.
already had like 2, 3 kids before him.
Yeah.
No, so he didn't make good decisions when it came to women anyway. Like the chick was fine, but I think he met her on Tinder and
Man,
he had been talking to her like he had her lined up before he even went down there. But I'm like, how does somebody you see bitches really don't give a fuck? Like
yo,
I
she
got
had
I did all this for you and you still I probably would have gave it to you if you asked me.
man, he dealing with chicks that got dollar store shower shoe flip flops on, bro. Like I said, man, look, man, Shorty got the green flip flops on, bro, with a Timu dress on, bro. Hair not even done. I said, man, this brother went out sad, dog.
Yeah.
And that's what you be saying. Like some of your videos, you be saying, you say it every video, you be like, some of these brothers be walking around with something crazy. Um, Now I ain't gonna lie, I'm not like if you on vacation. Look, hey, when I was in Thailand, I was walking to 7-Eleven, bro. And this you had a pretty face, but this I ain't gonna lie, bro. She was a little shamu, man. She pulled up on me, bro. Uh, I was like, I looked at her, I walked around her. I was like, nah, I laughed and I just walked off. But like she was applying pressure, bro. She was like, please, like, please. I said, man, look, nah. And I had went out from my hotel and I had got some fruit, little fruit stands, man. And like she was there again and she like, wait, she said, please, I just want to, please. I said, all right, whatever. She was one of the massage chicks, bro. And I said, all right, man. Gave me a massage, whatever. I was like, oh, it's cool. It was pretty good. I ain't gonna lie, it was pretty good. And then she was like, I want to keep seeing you. Like, I was like, nah. I was like, no, she was like, please, please. Like, I was like, all right, whatever. But I was like, she was like, you come pick me up. I was like, no, you come to my room, you come to my hotel, and check in. I was not about to say being seen in public with you, bro. So she checks in, and in Thailand they get the IDs, so she had to be the concierge escorted her up to my room, and we both got to sign a little clipboard. She came in. I ain't gonna lie, yeah, she was a tubby, but you know what I'm saying. She put in that work, maxed her ass out. Uh, and then hey, sent her on her way, bro. And I was like, look, hey, she begged before, I gave it to her, but I ain't gonna about to be seen walking around with that. That shit crazy, bro. No,
Yeah,
some brothers they will, yeah, some brothers they will cuff that. They will really walk around with that. I'm like, that's crazy.
yeah,
Absolutely not.
they will.
Absolutely not, bro.
With no shame either.
Yeah,
And
I
then
said,
they'll they'll hit that, walk around with a shame with no shame, and then brag to you about her.
yeah, she looked like a pretty Buddha with a wig on, bro. I ain't gonna cap. I ain't about to sit here. Yo, but hey, she was yeah. I was like, well, shit, I ain't cool. I mean, I was like, whatever. I'm on vacation. Shit, so be it. I guess what happens in Thailand stays in Thailand. Fuck it.
Yeah, yeah. It's like what's available to you out there is totally different than what's available to you in Latin America. You know, when guys be talking about dimes, like ain't nobody, I don't think I ever seen somebody black, especially in Thailand, with a dime, let alone a five. Really, it's
You,
it's very rare you see somebody black with some above a five in Thailand. And Latin America, like I said, this picture right here on the screen, even though it's AI, that is that's normal to see a brother walking around with somebody that fine.
yeah, and you're not gonna get like crazy looks. I think actually I got more looks when I was like by myself than when I was with um women. Like I date them. I don't discriminate like body types. I get them. I get it in small. tall, short, thick, fat. I don't care. I don't, you know what I'm saying? If she, as long as she put together right and she's decently proportioned, I can, you know what I'm saying? I can work with that. Just don't be a mud duck. Like, don't be looking crazy. I gotta say, like, if I'm just hitting it, standards a little bit lower. If I'm kind of taking you a little bit more seriously, then you gotta tighten up a bit. But like, even the chicks, I was like kind of dealing with my rotation. Like, I had a couple big ones, but they was like, had shape. You know what I'm saying? Like they was, man, them Asian chicks, man. If they beyond a certain point, it's just like, bro, they all look like Buddha, dog. It's straight crazy, like the Michelin Man build, man. Um, she's out of pocket, bro. Like no curves, no no cheeks, like nothing, bro. Just they got the round moon pie face. It's crazy. I was like, this shit crazy, bro. Um,
Yeah, it's like in Latin America, they look at you crazy walking by yourself. Cause like, damn, you ain't got no bitch. You ain't got where's your girl at?
Pretty much.
It'd be in the middle. I remember it was in the middle of the day. Uber driver was like, "Hey, pop, you want chica? You want pussy?" I'm like, "Damn, it's 11 o'clock in the morning." I'm like, "Hey, bro, you don't fucking know me like that." I went off on him. It was 11 o'clock at night, and you picking me up from the club. Yeah, it's like, hey man, like where the hoes at? Like you left empty handed. Like I'm on my way to brunch. Like it's too early for that right now. But yeah, they're concerned if you ain't got a woman on your arm. Like, come on now, I know you can get one of them. You know, that's how it is when they look at you crazy.
Nah, you spitting, bro. Like everything you said about Asia, bro, because you know the culture, you speak the language, you lived out there, you've been to multiple countries, bro. You not lying, bro. Like you're not lying. Because I used to be one of them cats where, man, I used to be like, man, I want an Asian woman. Like, oh my God, like they the best. Shit. I got me a couple. I got me one. I said, man, and she was like a good one. Like she was slim. She was a good cook. Like she was a good one, bro. But it's like I say that the taking care of the family, the the sporadic, the behavior, certain mannerisms they have. Um, it's it's just not. It's a lot to deal with, bro. They just different, bro. Asian women are just different.
Yeah, they for the birds.
Yeah,
That's just call it how it is. They for the birds. They for the white man and they for the birds.
yeah. The
Right?
white
I
dudes,
almost feel sorry for the men in their culture that really got to deal with them because it's like it's like you know you're so much of a tyrant to deal with. We got to implement a prostitution system over here so the man could get some relief. You know what I'm saying? Like it's almost prostitution is almost like accepted in their culture.
it's a part of their
Not
culture,
knocking it,
bro.
and that's what you need. I mean, that's a good idea. That's what they need over there because it's like, man, I'm not gonna be dealing with this all day. You know, um, of course, the own man, they're not really dealing with the whole racism, colorism thing, but the courtship, the dowry, and all this. And then once you get married to the woman, it's like married women have told me like they don't really know how to contribute to their family until they in their 30s. So you mean to tell me you got married, you got pregnant, had your first child at 23, and throughout your entire 20s, right up until your kid was about 8 years old, you didn't know how to contribute to your family. You just expected the man to do everything. You know that, and it's like, why wouldn't there be a prostitution system in place? Like, damn, I'm doing everything. I need relief. If a man feel like, well, shit, in this relationship, I got to do everything, then shit, I'm gonna have me a chick on the side. Then I deserve it.
Man, and they got so many ways you could. I ain't never seen so many ways you can pay for play. It's Asia got at every level, any kind of anything, bro. They got it, bro. You whatever you want, bro. I'm just like, this is crazy, dog. Like they got that down to a science, bro. Like it's part of their culture, bro. Like this is what it is, bro.
Yep.
And you right, bro. You like a lot of brothers, you better off just going to Latin America. You had a potential to get a higher quality woman, like even be going beyond looks, like a woman with more, like she can have a career, she got home, she got to have more money. Um, the language, it's easier to learn. It's we're more familiar with the languages, Spanish and Portuguese, and Mandarin, those kanji-based languages, Korean and Japanese. You know, that's just extremely hardest languages on earth to learn, man. Um, so it's just the barrier entry is like it's easier to get in, and you have a higher chance of being successful, right? Um,
Yeah.
that's just, I mean, you hit the nail on the head, bro. But these dudes gonna watch these dudes get on the camera. They ain't never been over there, bro, and they gonna get on the camera and talk about the Philippines and especially Thailand. The Philippines, I think people kind of understand what that is, but Thailand, bro, them dudes be boy, they be capping, bro. Because I went to Thailand, I said this is it. I said this can't be it, bro. I said this can't be it, man. I say no. I said no, no, no. This can't be it, bro. Number one, it's a bunch of hippies running around there, a bunch of European and white hippies running around there. Um, it's crazy. I was like, this can't be it, bro. This can't be what everybody on YouTube be capping about. I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. I was not impressed with Thailand.
See, the thing about Thailand is, it's like it's more about the lifestyle. I first went over there in 2014 before the pandemic, and that was like my first Asian country I went to was Thailand, and then I was there for about a month, and I just like the lifestyle. I got used to the lifestyle, but at the same time, uh, you know, it's like they mix the nice mall. Really, is like nice malls that they build. They mix the nice mall with the gutter, with all the treacherous shit that's around it.
Yeah, I think that's an
It's like
Asian thing.
you can't build nice shit and not uh upgrade the minds of the people. You know, uh, get your people from an impoverished mindset and to a level of to a mindset where it's like now they got some class, they got some decorum. You know, you building all this nice shit and people still driving like this, all this drunk driving, people still carrying on like this, immigration still with it. It is what it is, and it's like all the road accidents and it's insane over there. Y'all don't
Man,
cut the grass, y'all don't fix the sidewalks. You got fucking snakes all on the road. The drainage system is raggedy.
yeah,
It's like,
bro, they'll run you over like you be on the sidewalk, bro, or sometimes the sidewalk, it'll blend into the street or it'll like disappear. And
yeah,
bro, dude be on a motorbike, whatever, he'll just like almost shoulder check you in a vehicle, bro. Like I'm like, yo, this is crazy. I'm clearly way out the way, but sometimes you can't help but to be near the street just because of how it's, walking. Like you say, the sidewalks be all messed up. It's wild, bro. Like, yeah, like crossing the street, I'd be like, damn, I'd be running across this shit. I'm like, dude, I don't see the point. Like, I went to Malaysia, and the only reason why I went there, I had no desire ever to go to Malaysia, but I went there because I had some days to burn, and I went because I went to the Philippines with my girl at the time, and I was gonna go to Thailand, but I already knew what that was. I didn't want to deal with that. Like, oh, what you go to Thailand for? I was like, oh. bitch, what you think I'm going to Thailand for? But I didn't want to deal with all that. So I went to Malaysia. And I was actually impressed. Like Kuala Lumpur is a nice city. It's not Thailand as far as like the culture. It is a Muslim country, but it's a different because I lived in the Middle East before. I've been to Dubai, and a couple other places in the Gulf, and it's not like that. It's not like the Middle East. They do the Adhan, sun up and sun down, sunset and sunrise, but they don't like you can eat pork there. They serve alcohol in the stores, like in you know what I'm saying? Um, it's a different kind of Muslim country. Like the infrastructure is like I was very surprised. Like Malaysia's pretty. It's crowded. It's overcrowded, traffic and all that. But the infrastructure, I was like, dang, it was way better than Thailand. I was like, wow, the food was good. Like I mean, I was pleasantly surprised with Malaysia. I was like, this is. Um, I was surprised. Yeah, I like Malaysia. Malaysia. I remember a while back, I knew this guy. He always told me he was like KL, and I was like, what's KL? He was like, I'm
Kuala Lumpur.
Kuala Lumpur, and I say, I've been there. I was like, hey, I was like, it's cool. Like, I would live there. Like, honestly, that's one of the cities in the world I would actually live. I would live in Kuala Lumpur to visit. Probably not. Ain't really much to do there, but to live, I would live in Kuala Lumpur, bro. It's a solid place. It's low key. Um, It's a travel hub too. So you can get to Thailand in like an hour or two. You can get to Singapore. You can take a train to Singapore. Um,
Yeah, yeah.
yeah, so if you
Yeah, it's nothing wrong. Like if you're already out there, it's nothing wrong with, and that's what I was trying to say in the last live stream. Like it's nothing wrong with visiting Thailand, having Thailand in your back pocket, but living there in Thailand long term.
absolutely
Nah.
not. I would never
I,
live in
I did
Thailand,
that
bro.
so everybody else didn't have to do that. Now you got guys on Instagram, like these influencers who's moving over there, talking about, man, why would I move back to America? I'm over here. My rent is only $600 a month. I'm
All
like,
right.
this brother don't know. And you keep saying how much it is you paying, dude. It's like, all right, show us your girl. Show us your girl. I mean, this is a dark skinned dude that was saying that. So it's like, man, I know, what I'm saying? Like you got Miss Thickums over there. Yeah,
Yeah.
you got Miss
Miss
one upon
Buddha.
Miss Piggy over there.
Shorty built like a Buddha statue, bro.
Yeah,
Like keep it a buck, dog. Or she bad. She bad, but she thick. She built like a sister, but she ran through. She
right.
didn't got hit by
A
every
bunch of
nigga that stepped foot
tattoos.
in Thailand.
She used to be on pills. She used to smoke meth.
She used to be an 808 and flex getting ran through by niggas.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Boy,
yeah,
like the soul, she get naked, you can feel the souls of other guys coming out her pussy.
yeah. That's what I say. One thing about Thai chicks, they know how to fuck. I'll give them that. I'll give them that. But they know how to fuck. Them Thai chicks know it. They born with it. They know how to fuck. But that ain't enough for me
Yeah,
to like.
I ain't gonna lie, the feedback you get from fucking them it's insane.
Yeah,
You fuck a
they
black
be.
woman in America, she act like you ain't doing nothing. But
Yeah,
she go
that's
to
insane.
Thailand, that bitch, you breaking her down, her legs twitching.
Yeah, they man, I ain't never had no chick arch their back like a Thai chick, man. Them motherfuckers they hit that shit crazy, bro. That
Yeah,
arch be insane. They,
yeah.
damn. Don't let her have no ass too. That shit crazy, bro. They especially the ones they be kind of they had a dragon that big ass tattoo on their back. Oh my god, bro. I be
Oh
like,
yeah.
damn. But that ain't enough
Asian
for me to
pain.
them cats be capping, bro. Honestly, the move really is to live. I would say if I was to be in Asia, right? This is where I've been. I would live, have my base be probably Kuala Lumpur because the travel hub. You can catch T flights all over Asia. You can get to
Oh,
anywhere in Asia in less than 10 hours, right?
nah,
You
see,
get
I don't. I would. I know because that's your preference. You've been there, but as far as the best travel hub, I would say it's Taiwan.
Okay.
Taiwan take like 2-3 hours to get to Japan, 2-3 hours to get to Korea, 2-3 hours to China, Hong Kong, 3 hours to Thailand, about 3-4 hours to Singapore, 3-4 hours to Malaysia because it's right there, about 5 to Indonesia.
Yeah, that's
That's
not
like
bad
right
either.
in the middle, not too far from about 3.5 hours to the Philippines. I had to take a connecting flight from Taiwan to LA in the Philippines. It didn't take me that long to get there.
I will say the airport in the Philippines, man, um,
Raggedy as hell.
it ain't it, bro. Like it's kind of it's kind of confusing, and it's like it's very slow because they have like a it's like they have everything consolidated. Like the customs line is just one big line. And you just waiting and it's just one by one, bro. Like they OD with customs. Like it's like the states going through there for customs, but it's slower. It's like the states with customs, but it's just one line instead of like you have like two or three of them. And so
Yeah.
I'm like, damn. I'm like, God damn, this shit ain't it.
Yeah, if you got a long layover in the Philippines, you like, yeah, I'm gonna get me something to eat at the Filipino airport. You know, well, I have this 4 hour layover. You gonna starve, buddy.
And your flight gonna be delayed. Like
Yeah,
don't catch a domestic flight to Philippines. It's just your
yeah.
shit get delayed, bro.
That food they serve is dry slop. The flow is dingy. The bathroom is shitty. Like then they got their little VIP section for all the VIP members. The VIP members don't even go in it. Like that's it's not even flying there.
Nah,
You
bro.
nowhere to sit, nowhere to charge your phone.
Yeah, I keep a battery pack, man. You're a traveler, bro. You got to keep you a battery pack, man, in your backpack.
They make you like they make you that they'll so all right. So you get the layover, right? Then it's like, all right, you get off the plane. Then they want to like do the whole TSA thing where you take your belt off and then
Yeah,
take your shoes off. I'm like,
yeah,
why the fuck
yeah,
am I doing that? We just did that in Thailand.
yeah. You got to do this
Nah,
shit
you got to
twice.
do that again. And then they check your carry on, like, oh, okay. Then when you go over to your gate, you got to do it again.
Yeah, to
I'm
get
like,
on the
why?
plane.
This is a connecting flight.
Yo, that's what I say. They do it like the States, bro, but it's worse because it's like it's more inefficient. Like I I said, man, and you know what's crazy? Like I'm gonna tell you how overrated Thailand is, bro. Despite all that we talked about, if you said, hey, bro, I'm gonna give you a choice. You can go to Philippines, you can go to Thailand for vacation. I'm probably gonna choose the Philippines, bro.
Nah, hell no. I'm going to Thailand. If I had a free ride, I'm going to Thailand. Damn that. Nah.
But
Airport. See the airport, you know, you know, airport, you ain't gonna they're not gonna keep you hungry. They got some good shit in the airport in Thailand.
yeah,
Then
yeah,
it's like, I'm not really a smoker, but for those out there that want to smoke, see, they got, dispensaries over there,
bro. Every
recreational,
corner, bro.
and then
Every corner.
you can you don't even have to go to the store and buy it. You ain't got to take an Uber to go buy it. You can call them up and be like, okay, I want, you know, this many ounces of this, that, and the third. You
That
got a
bring
little
it to the
breezy
crib.
over and be like, all right, you call the grab taxi delivery guy to go pick it up and bring it to you.
Yeah,
Like, you don't have to, like, whatever you want, if it's big enough to put in the back of that little bag that they got on the motorbikes, you could just send somebody over there to go get it. And you don't have to disrupt or interrupt your day at all. If you got a chick in the spot, y'all vibing, you relax. Like, hey, let's get even more relaxed. And then you smoke one, fuck your girl that you got in there. All she asking for is what, 700 baht, 1,000 baht. you good. You get you some good food. You order some good mango sticky rice, pad thai. Oh man, the food that you order, it's gonna be top notch. Nah, you're not getting that.
Mm.
You're not ordering no food over to your spot. In the Philippines,
Man,
the
they on
road
some different.
raggedy, the food nasty. You get the BGs off the food. Man, that Filipino food will fuck up your whole night. You gotta fast when you go to Philippines.
Luckily for me, my girl cooked most of my meals, and she was a great cook. So I didn't like when I hear people talk about that, I never experienced that because she used to go to the market, get fresh ingredients, and cook everything from scratch. So I was lucky on that. But you
No,
right about Thailand. The food is fresh, bro. Like I will say the one advantage over that Asia got over Latin America is the fruits, the freshness of the fruit. Latin America got some like DR stuff, but Asia is efficient. Like what you just talked about, everything you just talked about, you can't get that in Latin America, bro. At least not to
yeah,
that degree. Like Asia, if like you say, if they can deliver it on the back of a motorbike, you can get it to your crib, bro, in less than 30
right away.
minutes, bro.
Yeah, yeah.
Like,
Like you're gonna get something fresh. They got some like you can even order shit on Uber Eats or Food Panda from the people who got them little carts on the side of the street,
yeah,
right?
yeah,
Little food carts. Like, hey man, get me some dragon fruit from Miss Whatever with the cart over there with no flies. Man, you go to the Philippines, bitch, talking about let's order some Jolly Bees. You gonna
oh
get
shit.
IBS for fucking
Oh
around with Jolly
man.
Bees in the Philippines.
Bro, everything deep fried out there, man. That shit. I always say, man, they like when I went out there, I kind of observed their culture, and I say, bro, I say these are Asian niggas. I was like, they some Asian niggas. I was like, all the dudes do is they smoke cigarettes, drink what's that Red Horse? I ain't gonna lie, that Red Horse is fire. I ain't gonna lie, that shit malt liquor. I'm like, these
Oh
niggas is
yeah,
drinking
it is.
malt liquor, smoking cigarettes and playing basketball all day. Don't work. I was like, yo, these are Asian niggas. This
Yeah,
shit crazy. I was like, this is and they eat fried chicken, bro.
yeah. Burnt fried chicken. That shit ain't
Yo,
even.
dirty grease, all that shit, man. Um,
Now
the
they ain't got
people are
them
nice.
plates. They don't have them plates in the Philippines. They don't have them plates. They don't have them condos like that, like the fly condos with the what I'm saying, with the basketball court and the gym inside the spot. With
Yeah,
this one condo that they were showing on TikTok. They had like a recording studio on the inside of it somewhere downtown in Bangkok. Like they got some like you could choose a house to rent from on Airbnb. You can get a hotel, or you can choose one of those fly condos that's right there on Siam, on
I think,
Airbnb in Thailand. Thailand is like, nah, I like I there's a lot I can shit on about Thailand, but see, Thailand is a good spot to have from a distance. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying? If you're trying to make a living in Thailand, it's you like if you met like a solid woman and you make your own money online, then yeah, you still gonna run into problems in Thailand, but I'd rather have the money or make the money in Taiwan and then just have Thailand in my back pocket, like go there every other month for about,
yeah.
a week or something like that. But living there,
I couldn't do it.
it's like Taiwan, you can I mean they just give, I think they call them AOCs. That's what it's called. But they just give visas out like it's nothing. They just give them away. Like that immigration office is empty throughout the day. You get there right when it opens, you in and out in like 5-10 minutes. No bullshit.
It's, and that's kind of how Latin America is. Like you can, depending on what country, some of them countries they do they have similar laws to like America where they more open to investment and buying land and stuff. Like it's places where you can own land. Like you can get a like for instance, I was in Paraguay. They was like, bro, like you can just pull up if you want to be a resident, bro, it's like going to Walmart getting some groceries, bro. If you want to
Yeah.
buy land, it's like they giving it away. Like it's like good land too. It's like you can have a ranch, bro. Like they just giving it away. And it's I was like I didn't really see myself living there for a few reasons. It wasn't a good fit for me, but it's not a bad place depending on what you like and what you're looking for. For some guys, that could be a good place. It's real chill, it's low key. Nothing will happen there. Nothing happens there. Um, yeah, if you want to be a resident, invest and own land, that's like a perfect place to go. No resistance, bro.
See, that's why I want you to go to Panama because I'm curious to know what your assessment of Panama is. Because even in this picture right here, it's AI, but that like the background, that's a real place. That's Costco Viejo. It looks exactly like that in Costco Viejo. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, and there's a lot of people they own different condos in those buildings, like upstairs in those buildings. They're on Airbnb listed as like spots you can rent. You know, those are actual like is housing upstairs in those buildings at the bottom. It's like a business, you
See,
know.
in
So
Asia, you can't do that, bro. In Asia, they don't give. It's like, bro, if you ain't one of us, you can't get it. Bro,
yeah,
you gonna
yeah,
have to marry one of our women, and then she gonna take 51% of the
she gonna take
business,
it. Yeah,
and
she
then
gonna
she
take
gonna
it.
take it from you, and she gonna put her whole family on,
Yep,
and you asked out, bro. You ain't got no rights in Asia, nothing, bro.
yep.
Um,
Even if they allow you to own some shit, they gonna finesse it out of you. And I don't get the feeling in Panama. I was telling my dad this the other day. I was like, in Panama, I don't get the feeling that they would finesse you out of some real estate.
no, it can't. Panama is literally Panama's it's a financial hub, bro. It's a banking hub. It's an international. It's a financial hub.
Yeah,
So they not that's bad for business, bro. People put their money in offshore bank accounts and all that kind of stuff, like Panama. I think the Bahamas and it's either Bahamas or Barbados. It's
yeah,
one of
it's
them.
Bahamas.
Yeah, so like places like that, like they gotta kind of keep it on the up and up, bro, because it's like you got people. It's like Switzerland, bro. You got people all over the world parking their money and assets over there. They can't really. Now, if you talking about Colombia, probably not. I know a lot of dudes be doing business down there. I personally wouldn't do it. I seen a story about a brother. Man, they knocked him off for a whole building, bro, apartment building. He
Yeah,
bought a building.
I remember they
Man,
sold it. Well, they sold it to him. Then they was trying to make it seem like it was a robbery gone bad where they was trying to take his chain. I don't believe that. I think
no,
the
they
bitch
knocked
set
him
him
off.
up because he found him a black woman down there. Oh, I got me a black woman. I got a whole hotel, and I make no. Soon after he bought that shit, he got knocked, and I think they probably got that shit back. They got the money and everything back because who else would they give it to?
And he messed up because he didn't he see I remember I seen some it was either him or somebody was saying like the lawyer he had like it was a bad deal and then this is where he messed up. He was gonna raise the rent, bro. And I'm like, bro, like, oh, you better read the room on that, bro. He the reason why they got pissed off, they didn't want him on the building in the first place. Then when he bought it, he was gonna raise the rent, bro, and they couldn't afford it. And so they was subsequently gonna get kicked out. He basically was gonna gentrify it. And them people weren't having that, bro. They lined him up, bro.
Yeah, that's what it seemed like.
That's why another reason you just brought up, that's why I say, bro, I'm not trying to be. Hey man, get you one of them blanquitas, man. Get you one of them white Latinas, bro. I'm telling you, bro, they come in handy, man. They resourceful, bro. I'm telling you, bro. That's like the equivalent of like having like a blonde haired girl in the US without all the backlash. It's like all the
Yeah,
positives, but like none of the negatives.
yeah, you right about that. See, because but here's the thing: you ain't gonna see none of them in Panama. It ain't nothing but like brown and black girls over there in Panama. So I'm gonna have to look somewhere else. Yeah,
Yeah, I think Panama might be a little different because of it's like more, it's like an Afro indigenous country. But
so
like if
much
you talk
Caribbean.
about,
Yeah,
yeah, because if you go if so, like for instance, you go to Mexico, somewhere like that, where it's more like brown, but they have a class, they have whites too. Or if you go somewhere like Argentina or something like that, but it's like, or even DR, it's a good mix of women there too. So. Um,
Well, I was on the. Well, I mean, I don't know. I was on Tinder. I haven't been there, but all I saw was like brown and black women over there in the DR. Was like I don't know, like Panama, you know, even Mexico. Mexico, there's they act real uppity in Mexico City.
yeah, it's like you might as well be in Europe, some parts of Mexico,
Yeah,
Mexico
bro.
City.
Like I was on TikTok. There was some cute like white Latina looking chicks from America that went down there to a party, and they got turned away at the club. They said, "No, you can't come in," and they look good too.
Yeah,
Hey, if you don't know anybody in here, you ain't finna come in. Who do you know in here? I was like, they got turned away at like 3 different clubs. So they
yeah.
kind of uppity over there in the city of Mexico. I'm like, no, I don't
You
like.
gotta go to
Yeah,
not Mexico. You gotta go to Guadalajara, bro. You get the same quality. It's similar vibe, but it's like it's it's on a smaller scale. So you still gonna get some of that, but it's a smaller scale, and it's like a more level playing field for you. Mexico City, man, that's like I don't know. It's like Buenos Aires, Sao Paulo. It's might as well be in London. You know what I'm saying? But
yeah.
Guadalajara. I think Nogales, not Nogales, but it's another city down there that's like
My
you
brother just
know.
got back from Guadalajara. He went to like a tequila farm. I'm
Yeah,
like,
that's where they grow all the tequila from in the whole world. That's where I think the agave plant or whatever it's called. That's where they grow it at.
damn.
Yeah, that might. Yeah, so your brother know what's up.
But see, he be going down there with his girl. Like I'm like, okay. See, I ain't going down there with no girl. I'm going down there by myself. You know, like you
I
missing
knew
out.
I knew a cat that was down there. He was working down there, and he was from the States. He was a Mexican cat, but he was from the States. He went down there, man. I don't think he with the girl no more, but he bagged him a bad bitch. When I say she was bad, dog. She was bad, nigga. Like bad, bro. She was a supermodel, nigga. Like her, she was a supermodel. She was on billboards in New York City and shit. I'm like, nigga, what the fuck? I don't know if he fumbled that or she left him or he left. I don't know what the fuck happened, but I know that bitch was bad, nigga. Um, I was like, damn. I was like, where's she from? She was like, she from Mexico. I was like, God damn. Yeah, I mean, yeah, because down there, you messing with like, what I'm saying, real classy. They family ain't jumping the border, bro. They family. That's old Mexican money, bro. Mexico
Yeah.
got a lot of money.
So yeah, Mexico, there's a misconception. Yeah, they got like the struggle is real in a lot of parts over there, but Mexico City, no, it's like real uppity and they got their nose tooted up in Mexico City, but like from what my brother showed me in like Guadalajara, like nah, it's developed in these other spots, and they got all the elements there. They got the regular women, they got the women that are hoeing as well. They got a price. There's a lot of them down there, but you know what turned me away from Mexico, even though it's a short trip, don't really cost that much. When I was on the dating apps, there was way too many American women on the
Oh
dating.
yeah,
I was like, man, what the fuck are y'all doing here?
yeah.
And I
They
was
moved
like, I'm
there.
not going. I got to go a little bit farther, so I don't have to
Yeah,
run into them.
a lot of American women moved there. You know what I'm saying, for the economics. You know what I'm saying. They doing their expat thing too. Mexico is a big one of the biggest destinations for them. It's close. It's cheaper. The food is good. The
Yeah,
infrastructure is fairly. You know what I'm saying? Ain't too many chicks. I mean, white chicks, they'll move wherever, but ain't too many other women about to move nowhere with poor infrastructure, bro.
right.
So, especially sisters, man. Ain't no sister moving nowhere with no fucked up infrastructure.
Yeah,
Um, like that shit like yeah, so I ain't like this and I feel there's a whole
she from
bunch of
Africa.
sisters. Even them Africans, bro. Like if you go to the Middle East, I don't know if you've ever been to the Middle East, but I've been to like Dubai. And if you ever go to the Middle East is cool. It's just don't go like between between November and like March is the best time to go. To wintertime, it's real nice. It's cool. It's not blazing hot. Like basically before Ramadan. So like the end of October to before Ramadan, because after Ramadan, Eid, and then it gets hot as fuck.
Damn.
And
I see them
but
big blocks of ice cubes they be putting in the pool.
oh
You
yeah, yeah, that should be crazy. Like it's hot. I ain't never experienced no heat like that. I say it's hot as a motherfucker, bro. And at night, the reason why it be so lit at night in the city, because you can't go outside during the day. It's so damn hot, bro. Like it's ridiculous. But yeah, there's a bunch of African chicks out there, man. They be selling box and
know,
shit.
yeah,
They'll get with the brothers like the American, like they don't act like they do in the States. They don't act like that over there. They'll get with the brothers. Like a lot of the dudes, the African dudes, they be hating, bro. They be hating, bro, because they be choosing on the brothers heavy.
yeah.
But
I heard the same thing about Turkey. Like in Turkey, there's a lot of African women that they be choosing like the American brothers. That's one thing about like African women. Um, I heard about them selling a lot of pussy too,
oh hell
and
yeah,
they sell it at a cheaper price, and they're very they act very homely. They give you the girlfriend experience. They act very nice, much more pleasant to deal with than Black American women. So
yeah
you
they are.
know,
They are.
if Africa was a lot closer, hell, I would be more willing to deal with them than Latinas. But it's like, man, that flight is insane.
Honestly, bro, I like African women. I love African women, but I'm gonna say, uh, I don't know. That's a tough one. I probably give an edge to Latinos, bro. I probably like if I just wanted an African woman that bad, I'd rather rock with the Afro Latina than get an African. Uh,
Mm.
it's just
Cause I never seen a bad bitch that was like over 35 or like 40 and older as African. Like African women, they morph into something else when they get older. Black American women, they pretty much stay the same up into their 70s. So she was bad. Felicia Rashad, like I still try to see what's up with her. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, hey, are you still flexible to do it like Froggy style, like get it from the back?
oh
I would
yeah,
still holler at Felicia Rashad. You're not gonna see Felicia Rashad's and um none of them, Nia Longs. You're not gonna see that in Africa. If they was fine in their 20s and early 30s, they're gonna look like a frog, from 40 until death.
yeah, yeah. You got a good point. But when they young, oh my God, African women, when they young, they undefeated, bro. I don't think
Yeah,
no other woman can mess with a bad African chick, man. That's oof. They,
they be tight, pussy is fresh, low
and
body
that's
count.
yeah, that shit, man. Even that's how crazy it is. They body be so crazy. I take an African chick with a like she could be like a one in the face, bro, and her body be like a 10. I don't. Hey, come here. I don't care. I don't even give a fuck, bro. I
That
remember I
should
hit
be
this chick.
tight.
I hit this Kenyan chick, bro. Uh, man, this was years ago, bro. She was Kenyan, bro. And she had the body like she had she worked out, like she went to the gym. She did like squats and shit, and she was tight. It was thick, but it was like real tight. But her face, bro, she looked like the Goombas off of like Super Mario.
Yeah, the
That's what
Goombas.
she,
Yeah,
yeah, that's what she looked like in the face, bro. I ain't
hey,
getting no fucks, bro. But the thing was, her pussy, that shit was so tight it hurt, dog. I was like, what the fuck? I ain't
yeah,
never hit no shit like this before. Like
yeah. In America, that should be loose.
you
It
walk
swear
right
she
up
ain't
in
fucking
there,
nobody. That should be loose. You're like, hold on.
bro. You walk right up in there, bro. You ain't even gotta kind of you ain't even gotta break the seal, kind of inch me. You stick that motherfucker right in there, bro.
Yeah,
It's like,
Black
nah,
woman America is like, damn, my dick ain't doing enough. You got to stick your foot in there.
uh, and then on top of that, they be the most stingy with the box. Like if you not no in and out of prison, no rapper, no athlete, bro, they trying to make it seem like, oh, you got to work for this, and I ain't that type of girl. Dog, I barely stuck the tip in, and I'm balls deep. Like what the fuck?
Yeah,
Like
and
This shit crazy.
it
Oh
smell like
man,
outside.
dude, so I've only my whole life. It's not because it's just I ain't gonna be. I'm be real with you. I never. I've only dealt with. I've only been with two Black American sisters my whole life, right?
Mm,
And one of them, the first one, she was cool. Like she was alright. But the other one, bruh, like she had like this older bruh, and I was like, what the like I ain't never I've been with all types of women, every race you can think of. I've been with it. I ain't never had a problem. I ain't never been with no Indian. Well, Sri Lankan, that's close enough.
yeah, pretty
Ain't
much.
never ain't never had no smell, none of that, bro. But her shit was like, yo, I'm like, damn, bro. I was like, this is crazy, dog. Like,
Yeah. Either they fucking other guys or they that gummy worm diet, the gummy bear diet is rejecting that shit out of a pussy.
yeah, I think it's
Some
the
of these
diet,
hoes,
bro.
like they be like the shit they be eating. It's like, damn, all you eat is candy.
And fast food. Like she ate a lot of fast food, bro. And like I remember
Yeah,
I used to like cook. I cook at home just because I just like cooking at home and save money. And I try to watch what I eat. And I substitute food. Like I like sugar free alternatives, fat free. And she would say like, oh, it tastes funny. It don't taste good. Like why you don't this is good? I'm just like I I'll buy like protein yogurt with the sugar free, right?
yeah,
And
yeah,
this yogurt tastes funny. It tastes funny, you know. But when I cook my actual food, she would like it. Like I cook, like I'll make some steak, I'll chop some sirloin steak up in the air fryer, with some asparagus, and I'll have like a potato, sweet potato. Ooh, this good. This tastes good. And I'm like, yeah, but hey. And she couldn't cook. I was like, bruh, like you can't
yeah.
cook. You
They,
kind
not
of
only can they not cook, they won't cook.
no, she didn't. I think the only time she cooked for me, and she came from a, she wasn't a bad woman. She came from a two-parent household. Her father was in her life. Her parents, bro, her dad was like, dude basically begged me not to leave his daughter, bro. I said, you already know what it is. He said, if you ever have problems with my daughter, call me. I was like, what? I guess he knew something I didn't. He know his daughter better than I do, because down the line, I said, man, hey, shit. I
Man,
definitely did not
boy,
give him a
there's
call.
nothing you could do to fix that.
No,
I mean, she's just gonna have to go to the streets.
I was like, bro, even her own mama used to get on her like, oh, you going won't you need to, like basically like be a better girl to me and shit. Like her mama, bro, her mama loves me, dog. Like I, I was like, man, yeah,
See, that
look,
don't work in Africa. Africa, you can call up old girl's mom and dad. Motherfucker will speak that village talk, that village language to her and set her straight. She'll be set for life.
yeah,
Like, hey, look here, get your mind right, cause you ain't finna come back over here. You mess that up, you ain't coming back over here. They hit him upside the head with all kind of wooden spoons, and she will get her mind right after you call an African woman's mom or dad. A Black American's mom, you call her like, hey man, come get your daughter. She just did that in the third. Whoop de woo. Fuck you calling me for?
I don't know what you want me to do about it. Yeah, it's shit
Yeah.
crazy. It's cooked,
Fuck you
bro. Like,
calling me for? Yeah. She said what she said to you? Oh, she said that to you? Good. You deserved it anyway. I'm like, what?
and these ain't even like I'm not the type of dude to even deal with hood rap, bro. Like this girl, she she grew up, you know what I'm saying, suburbs. She lived in the suburbs. She had a college education. She had a job. She worked for her dad's business. Um, she was in church, all this stuff, bro. And it was like I was like, man, like she just not. She was supportive, but she wasn't. She didn't listen. Like if that makes sense. Like she was supportive, but she didn't listen, bro.
Yeah.
Like, and I couldn't. I was like, bro, like this. She's not a bad woman, but I just don't see this. Like, I can't. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not happening, bro. And I tried to make myself do it because I was trying to buy into like all the black love and all this kind of shit. I said, man, and then, bro, this is the crazy. I ain't gonna lie. This probably I was simping, bro. Like she was a virgin, bro. And I was like,
Mm.
man, I was like, she was like, yeah, I can't, because her the dad made all the girl, all his, he had three daughters, bro. He made all of them like be virgins, bro. And he was like
Wow.
hardcore. And he was like, yeah, y'all can't basically get your cheeks clapped until you get married. I was like, yo, this shit. I was like, man. At first I was like, okay, she seemed like a good girl. Like, maybe this is a good thing, right? But if you're not doing these other things, like you're not really cooking, you don't clean, you don't, like what am I, why are you here? Like, and you're not giving me no box. Like, we do other stuff. Yeah, like she was doing other stuff. Um, but I say, nah, this ain't. I said, hell no, bro. I said, I can't. Nah.
Yeah. And I talked about this before how like you'll deal with a chick who got a dad in her life and a dad feel like he owned his daughter's pussy.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
sending them to the no, get your shit checked like what Ti was doing with his daughter.
Yo,
It's
that's what he
like
would do. He would do
it's
that.
what's that?
He did that, bro. The mama would go. He wouldn't go, but he would send the wife, and they would. She was getting. The dad was getting her hymen checked, bro. I was
Yeah,
like,
see,
yo, this
that's
shit
crazy. It's
crazy.
like you go from one extreme to the next. You know, it's like you go from a bitch who grew up with a mom who didn't have a father in her life, and she's fucking and sucking all the time. And, the mom might have kept her in the church or whatever. So, she got manners, soft spoken or whatever. But like you said, like just don't listen, very masculine. I mean, willing to fuck all the time, very masculine, don't listen, don't understand teamwork, don't understand how to work with the man because she never seen that. Now you got daughters who actually grew up with their father, they're active in the life, but they're not fucking, right? The father owns that's his pussy in his mind that he's giving away to you. I'm letting you have it, but it's really mine in his head.
Yeah,
Even though you got a wife, right? But now it's like same thing. Don't listen, don't cook, clean, nothing. It's like you useless. So
yeah,
you're useless with your mama, you're useless with your dad, but you're not fucking with your dad. Bitch, I'm gone.
yeah. You summed it up perfectly, bro. And then just to put this in the context, or contrast it with when I was dealing with my one of my Latin joints. She was bad. She was slim. She was a vegetarian. She was a college professor. She had her own crib. She bought a house, paid for it cash, built her own house. Nice house too, like a little compound looking house, nice. Her parents, she built it next to her parents' house. So it was like a lot with houses stacked next to each other. It was her parents' house. Her grandmother stayed next to her, and it was her house. I was like, yo, this is crazy. So I was staying at her house, right? So she was neighbors with her whole family. I'm in the house. The family. I'm in the house living with the daughter. Well, I'm staying with her, and I'm blowing her back out, bro. Just boom, boom, boom. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not a problem. Like the family having me over for dinner. The grandma's there. She's happy to see me. Like, they didn't speak no English, but they was cool. Uh, the dad, I don't think he liked me being the mama was cool, but the dad, I don't think he was fuck. I don't think he liked me being with his daughter. Uh, that's a whole other thing. Like he wasn't fucking with his daughter being with a nigga. That's a whole other thing. But I could tell like that shit. I don't think he liked that shit. But the mama, she was real nice. The grandma was nice. The brother, he was cool. Um, and it wasn't a problem. Like sex was never like a. And I could tell she wasn't a. Women are women. You can't really identify a body count. It's kind of hard to gauge. It's not even a point. There's no point even trying to gauge it. But it wasn't a big deal. Like I didn't ask. She never brought it up. She didn't leverage her box. Like she had other stuff to offer outside of that. And like it was never like used as like a negotiation tactic or kind of like to form the relationship. It was just like it's just sex. It's just part of the relationship. Like it's just what
Yeah.
it is. It's not, bro. With these sisters, bro, it's like, I ain't, this, hey, it's I'm just like, bro, this. You know what I'm saying? And you described it
E-
perfectly.
Even if they're giving up the sex, it's like everything else doesn't make it worth me, staying here, doing anything with you or building with you, because it's like I'm already seeing what's going on outside, right? I'm already seeing the statistics, right? The statistics are stacked high against us. 93% chance, like it's showing that, okay, if I marry and have kids with this woman and here in America, I'm going to fail. I'm going to lose everything. Once she has that number in her head, what is like 2 kids, 3 kids, once she's satisfied with the amount of kids that she want to have, she's automatically going to leave, right? So why am I, even if you are giving up sex, right? It's like you got to, I'm gonna be honest, black women, they really got to prove themselves to black men in America more than ever, right? They the ones always complaining about us. We got options. You know what I'm saying? We got other races of women in America. We got other races of women around the world. They got to prove themselves to us. How the fuck you got a man, right? Especially a man who grew up with 2 parents and a man of principle, doing well for himself, able to take care of him, you, maybe not 100% of the bills, but maybe, 70% of the bills, 75% of the bills, and a motherfucker who's doing all that, right? It don't motivate you to want to get you in your femininity and cook and clean or nothing. You know what I'm saying? You still trying to talk crazy about this man, put him down, and you don't feel the need to work with this man. No, you don't understand teamwork with this man. It's like everything else comes before this man. Everything else is above this man. Everything else is more important than this man. And you got somebody that's like rare right in front of you, and that don't motivate you, then you don't. I can almost damn near see your future already, right? You got a good man in front of you, and that don't motivate you to want to get your mind right. Then I don't know what's in store for you. Who knows? I'm not wishing bad or negativity or whatever, but shit, maybe a bum is best for you. Maybe a dirt bag is best for you because somebody good you don't even respect. So it's
No,
like
for sure, man.
I don't even waste my time. I'm in Houston. If I go on a dating app right now, I can at least fuck by tomorrow night or Sunday, right? But it's like it's not even worth my time dealing with a lot of women because I already know what come with dealing with women out here. So if I'm going to, you know, drop my seed in this world, I'd rather do it for a woman in Latin America somewhere. Because if she start to become unappreciative like these hoes over here, at least it's like, all right, you know what? We far apart anyways. It's like I don't really expect much. Being this far away, I don't really expect it being that serious, being this far away. Yeah, I'll send money. I'll go back over there once in a while. That's not parenting. That's not proper parenting. But it's like that's the same shit guys are doing over here.
Yeah. Only seeing your kid like once or twice a month, split custody, bro. Like I ain't trying to do all that, bro. I mean, once again, you cooking, you hit the nail on the head, bro. Like this stuff is crazy, bro, with these sisters, man. I don't and it's not even like they so quick to be like, oh, it's not even about the looks, bro. Like we didn't order one iota about looks. This whole conversation is not about the looks, bro. Like, I mean, if anything, looks wise, we gave him props. To be honest with you, you said you basically black don't crack. Like, it's a behavior thing, bro. It's like, it's so bad that dudes is willing to hop on a plane and go overseas and get finessed, bro. And they still don't care. Like dudes is getting scoped in Colombia 3, 4, 5 times. They still going back. Dudes is
Yeah,
going to the Philippines, and they getting with they taking care of a whole family of 20 people on like one fixed income and getting finessed, and they going back and doing it again, bro. It's that bad, bro. That dudes is not willingly trying to find a needle in a haystack somewhere else because the pool is better. All and the only difference between them and the women in the States is femininity. That's really the only difference. Really, there's a couple other things, but the major difference is femininity. Dudes is willing to roll the dice with that. I'm willing to go fly 20 hours to Manila and get some chick from the province, bro, or whatever, or be a Western Union poppy in Santo Domingo, or go to Medellin and get scoped. You know what I'm saying? I roll the dice with that because I'm still, you know what I'm saying, in the context of the actual relationship, getting more out of it, which is crazy.
yeah, because you know, like you said, guys are willing to risk their lives to find more feminine women in these Latin American countries and these Asian countries in the deal with America. Because man, if a woman wants to jump bad in another country, then hey, you charge it to the game. You know what I'm saying? All right, she got my kid or whatever. It's like, hey, I'll still take care of. But if you're gonna jump bad, it's like, you know, she's not gonna run to the court system over here, and you just gonna just pay for a new lifestyle for this chick. You know, that's not gonna happen. It's like women overseas, they have to work with you. You know, if they want what's best for the child, they have to work with you. And you know, when I was in Panama, I didn't hear no woman raising her voice. You know, I approached several women. They was all nice, shy, respectful. I didn't run in any hood rats like that. You know, when I was in Panama, yeah, I was on the main strip, but I didn't see that shit when I was out there. You know, if I said hello to a pack of women, a group of women who was fine, they all said hello. Women said hello to me, especially at that one cafe photos. Women was coming up to me saying hello to me. Um, Nobody called me out my name. You know, it was. I'm not saying that they like me for me or whatever at the cafe, but hey, man, my experience, the treatment that I got, man, I wouldn't trade that for America. I wouldn't trade that for Asia. So it's like people talking about like spending all this money going down there. Man, that's priceless.
Yeah,
To to be around a feminine, friendly, fit, nice, kind woman, that you can't buy that. Who's
no,
genuinely friendly, you cannot buy that. Men will move mountains for a woman like that. But for a
yeah,
woman who's like unappreciative, don't see nothing that you doing, don't care about nothing that you doing, right? Don't make sure that you fed. Here, you didn't fed this bitch. I don't know how many times that she can't cook 3 times a week for you. You come
nah,
back home,
bro,
she can't have a plate ready for you.
nah,
All she can
and
do is just fuck, and that's it. I'm like, I'm like, look
that's
here,
a if. It's not
right,
even guaranteed
right, and
that
it's
she'll do
like, look
that.
here, like if all this is just about sex, then I don't want you. I don't need you for that. I'd rather get somebody to look better. You can't just well, I never say no to this person. I'd rather get somebody that looks better. You see what I'm saying? Like I don't, so man, you can't buy a cooperative, genuine, friendly woman. Men of the community, they protect women like that. They'll make sure, hey, no, that's a woman right there. You ain't even the one fucking her. But it's like 100 guys in that neighborhood who know that woman who's pretty cooperative, fine, friendly, respectful, a woman, a lady. man, the whole neighborhood will protect that chick, even if they're not having sex with her. Like, nah, we showing these other women like, hey, nah, men protect women who act like this, not like that. But it's
Yeah,
not like you got guys are taking money out of their income to get away from what like money they could be saving for retirement. They're like, nah, damn that. I'm I'm going to Paraguay.
it's dudes like a lot of these women they be wifing up. Really, it's call it what it is. A lot of these dudes be going over getting 304s, bro, and they don't care. I'm not. I mean, that's a whole other discussion. We talked about that earlier, but the fact that they willing, I mean, I know she, it's like, well, shit, the girls in the States is 304s. At least I'm getting something out of it. I'm happy she look better and she do more. And I always say, I heard somebody say this and I always keep this in the back of my mind. The only difference is every girl is a hoe. And when you meet her, you get into a relationship, you just asking her to stop. It's like, it's a sad truth, but you better off having that mindset that thinking like she's a good one. Just be like, as long as she on your program serving you and she good to you and she ain't got no disease and no kids, that's honestly that's good enough for me. I don't even want to know, bro. Like don't even let me. I don't want to know. I don't want to know about you getting split roasted by Chad and Tyrone. I don't want to know about you know what I'm saying? I don't want to know about all that. You ain't got no diseases, you ain't got no kids, and you got good hygiene. That's all I care about. Everything else, as long as you're not doing that shit when you with me, that's it. A lot of dudes, I guess it's a brother. He got him a bad one, bro, at Thailand. But I
Hmm.
think this chick got a whole sex tape. She was getting she was getting ran through by some white boys or some shit like that. I'm like, dang. I said, man, I mean, but he happy. He happy. I mean, she make him happy, bro. And that's sad. Like, dude went overseas and literally wifed a sex worker, bro. And because he just didn't want to deal with, what I'm saying, in the States. I'm like, this is crazy, bro.
I've been hearing about that. I've been hearing about guys like going into the DR and Colombia, pulling women out the streets, and they like, hey man, I'd rather deal with this than back home in America.
And that's I mean, and granted, that's some that's real goofy. I would never do no shit like that, but I get it, bro. I can't. What they say, we listen and we don't judge.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
get it. I get it. And I don't have a situation that bad, but it's a girl I was talking to, and she's real cool. Like she's a really good person. We still keep in touch. You know what I'm saying? We messing around or whatever. And but she, she be in the streets getting her cheeks clapped. And I say, man, I say, you know what? I say, uh, we be talking sometimes, and messing around. I'm like, you know what? I don't know if we ever was got something serious, I would consider it. She's a good woman. She just, like I said, she not a pro. She got a career job. She in school, but she really be active. She be out there getting her cheese clapped. I said, man, I think
I don't know.
I
Some
said
some of them women out there, they're that fine. They're that fine where it's like,
you be considering doing some
I'm
simp
like,
shit.
damn, I just hold on, wait. I got a picture I'm about to show up on screen. I met this chick. I'm not gonna show her face. I met this chick in Panama. She's Colombian.
She got that hourglass. She got that.
Dude, dude, like she at first she said she tried to hit me with the 150. And man, I started simping immediately because she was so. I'm like, look here, I don't want you once, I want you forever. Like, bitch, I want to put a baby up in you. I mean, she got like these like green, blue eyes, but they're natural. And man, so she was like, all right, well, we'll meet up and see what's happening. We met up at Multi Plaza Mall. She had on this skirt. Boy, that ass was dribbling. That ass was dribbling like two basketballs going up the court. in that skirt. It was just
Damn.
bouncing left and right, feet on point. She smelled good, hair was
Wow.
on point.
Yeah.
Just so, but she had to catch a flight like 2 days later, and she gave it to me for the free. Like she been FaceTiming me ever since. She had to go back to Colombia, but
Mm.
she, man, I ain't gonna lie. I mean, she hit me with the feed, and I know she hitting everybody else with the feed. But shit, I was one chick. I'm like, nah,
Contemplating. You
you
like,
can't see her face, but, but let me tell you, like,
I don't need to, bro. I already know it.
yeah,
You ain't even gotta see her face, bro. Like it be like that, man.
boy, I
Somebody
I would shut down YouTube. I would shut down StreamYard if I actually showed her face. That's how fine she is.
and that's another thing. It's kind of another thing about when you I just say Latin America, Asia is kind of like that's different, but in Latin America specifically, a lot of these chicks, um, you especially if you a dark skinned black dude, you're gonna be put into like maybe one or two categories. But the most common one is like there's gonna be girls who never tried black dude before, and you probably be their first, or she didn't have plenty of black dudes. It's either one or the other. It's never gonna be like, oh, I just kind of like play the field. It's gonna be this bitch is primarily fucks niggas, or you just don't really. She just like, I just want to try something different. It's just literally, at least it's my experience. And this other girl I was messing with, she was real nice. Like I said, she got a job, everything. She's a real good girl. But you know, I tell them straight up front. I'm like, look, I'm not looking for serious. It's just a casual thing, this and that. And they say, okay, you know. But she was like really pushing for like a relationship, and I couldn't. And she was like, well, at least thank you for being honest. She was like, thank you for being honest with me. I was like, yeah. So we talking, man. I see a lot of the dudes she messing with, niggas, all of them. I said, God damn, like from
Yeah,
America. I'm like, oh fuck. I said, good thing I didn't. Wife you? Good God, bitch.
damn,
God damn. This bitch, this bitch got a whole roster of niggas. This bitch got. I said, God damn. You know, and this is one dude in particular, like this dude. And I actually told her, I was like, you should probably like the shit he do. Like, I didn't treat her bad whatsoever. I did, but at the same time, I didn't do that much for her. I didn't. I treated her with respect. I paid for like the dates or whatever, but I never. It never got much more out of that. I'll take out the dinner. She'd come over and give cheese clap. That was about the gist of our relationship. Um, but this dude in particular, man, he kind of. I don't know, the nigga look African or something. I don't know what he is, but he's from America. I guess he got money. But this dude took her on a world tour. Like last year, he took her to Greece, he took her to Italy, he took her a whole bunch of places. I was like, even if I wanted to do that, bitch, I can't afford to do that. I was like, I can't do. Like, this year, he took her he took her to New York. He took her to Disneyland last year. He took her to the Bahamas this year. He took her to New York again. He took her back to Florida. I say, damn, because her thing, she loved Disney. Her thing is she wanted to meet Mickey Mouse. That was her thing. And he made her dreams come true. And I asked her, I say, so you, and she like one of them girls that's like real honest. Like if you ask her a question, she'll tell you. So I was like, hey, did you the only thing she said, just don't lie to me. She one of them type of chicks. Don't lie to me. So I was like, hey, did you I was like, you fuck him? She was like, no, he's kind of weird. I was like, what do you mean? I was like, what? Well, we tried, but he didn't want to. I was like, you lying. I was like, what? She was like, yeah, he just I mean, I put his hand on my breast, but he just I don't know. He just I don't know. It was not good. It was weird. It wasn't I say, damn. So I was like, this whole time, y'all after that, y'all didn't have sex or nothing. She could be lying. I don't know, but from what she told me, she said no. And I'm like, so he still be and he pays for everything. Yes, he pays for everything. I said, oh my God. I said, you don't want to marry? I was like, you should marry him. Like he loves you. She was like, no, I don't think so. I'm like, bitch, you gotta be kidding me. I was like, ain't no nigga about to fly you on a whole world tour 2 years in a row if he ain't in love with you. This shit crazy.
Yeah, he done hit it and paid for all that. That's crazy.
He a simp, bro. And like, she not a bad woman, but
He might
let me
be,
let me.
what do they call it, impotent? Or I think that's the word for it.
I hope not. I hope not because, and then granted, she's a cool girl. She's a cool little chick, but I'm gonna be real with you. She ain't worth all that.
Oh, okay.
She ain't worth all that. She cool. I do think she could be a good wife and a good mother, but she is low, like I said, is lowest to this, and she ain't worth that. I'm gonna be real with you. She ain't worth that. The most I do, I might do the Florida thing. I might take you to Disneyland. Some shit. That's about it. I ain't bitch. I ain't taking you no Italy, taking no fucking Greece. I'm not taking you to Bahamas. No, you ain't worth that. I'm sorry. Like, this shit crazy. Uh,
Yeah. Hey, on the screen, yeah, I said, fuck it. I'm just gonna show what she looked like. That's her right there.
oh man, yo, this got an exotic joint.
And I had to, when I got her back to the hotel, I gave her a tongue bath.
Dog, exotic joint. Damn, I can see that. Yeah, with the them shits look like contacts, bro. I mean, you said
Oh, those are real. I was there.
I
I got
know.
close. She was like, no, no, they're real. They're real. I was like, oh shit. Boy, man, like, why am I gonna fuck with a chick in America when I got this in Panama? That's what they
Shit,
producing out there in Panama and Colombia.
that's cool. Even if I gotta pay for it, it is what it is, bro. I'm paying for it in the States one way or another.
She tried to give it, she in the beginning she was like, I was like, nah. Hold on, I got a video too. I got a video of her walking.
Yeah.
It was kind of this when we first met because she tried to hit me for the fee. I was like, nah, bitch, I want you. Meet me at this mall. She was like, okay. She wanted me to go with her. Oh shit. She wanted me to go with her because she was going to a friend's birthday party. She wanted me to go with them. I was like, nah, I already know what that mean. That means she gonna order up a bunch of drinks and want me to pay for it. I know the game. I ain't dumb. Okay, I should slow this down. The speed. All right, let me put the speed. Hold on. All right. Oh no, that's too choppy.
Exclusive.
All right, this her ass right here. That shit was just bouncing.
Yeah, that shit crazy. Shit, you can see you sit a cup on it. You can
Yeah,
sit a cup on that thing and it won't move. The cup won't bounce.
I bet she was strutting while she walked. Like, oh,
Mm. You get the
I don't
lip
think she
into it
knew how
on.
fine she was. It's just too fine. Hair done.
Toes. I can see the toes there.
Yep.
Just basking in her femininity, bro.
Why the fuck am I gonna waste my time with any chick in America? A chick like that, and like if she was American, if she was from Houston, she'd be surrounded by nothing but killers.
Yeah, Houston, one of the worst cities, bro. Like Houston, Atlanta, DC. Well, DC. I'm gonna take that back. DC is bad, but it's so it's a lot. It's so international. DC might be all right, but Miami and all these other places, bro, it's ruined. Honestly, bro, the best places, I guess, if you are in the U.S., um, I think Phoenix is cool. San
I haven't
Diego
been
is
there in a minute.
actually.
It's been a while since I've been to Phoenix. So yeah, see
Phoenix.
this what brothers want on the screen right here. You want um
Yeah, yeah, had me something
you
like
want
that.
Ann,
You
no
gotta pay for
body,
that.
no nothing.
Coochie good though. I ain't gonna count. Them be the sleeper. That's a sleeper bill right there, boy. You fall into that, you like, what is a damn waterfall? I'm like, whoa. I remember first time I hit me one of them, I was like, yo, and they can take a thrashing too, boy. I'm like, they be taking that shit. I'm like,
Yeah,
damn,
yeah.
like I'm like, yo, these motherfuckers, like, they be taking it, boy. I'm like, damn.
You know what's crazy? You would think this was a real photo, but it's not. It's
Yeah,
AI.
that's AI.
Yep.
They look. I thought that was that dude. What's his name? Daniel Kaluuya. They look like that actor from
Nah,
Get Out. That's what he looked,
yeah, I
bro,
know
from
you
Get
talking
Out.
about. Nah, that's not him. I just typed this in Google AI and it made this. But you can actually take a real picture like that. Like they got this shit called like Elephant Mountain. You can walk behind the tower and take a picture just like that. But it's crazy how like this shit look too real. But see, that's what a lot of Asian women go for. They go for like the African or Caribbean, like the real dark brothers who are like bilingual. Cause a lot of them like they'll pick up the Chinese language. You know,
Yeah, and they
in
got
America,
they
they
got
don't want
similar
to learn
culture.
nothing.
Yeah, and also their cultures are a little bit more similar. Like some of the
Yep.
foods and stuff they eat is similar. I mean, I don't knock it. You know what I'm saying? Like it's cool. I don't particularly. You know what I'm saying? I think the biggest thing with Asian women, is particular, like if you just don't come off too aggressive, you should be okay. They pretty cool. Like if you just kind of like real calm and stuff, they'll rock with you. Um, because they do have this perception about black men that like we're like overly aggressive and shit. Like,
No, they just think your skin tone is overly aggressive.
yeah, they don't
That's
like
what they
that, man. I
think.
remember my ex, like she would say stuff, but you know, just the way Asian women talk, like she'd be like, "No, don't work too much black," and like in my head, I'm like, "Bitch, what?" Like, but
Yeah,
I had to remember, like I'm like, that's not what she meant, but it's just the way it came across. Like, it's shit crazy, bro. I
yeah,
was
they
like,
love saying
yo,
that.
too much black. It's like this, yo, what the fuck? I was like, nah, this shit crazy.
Come on, though. Who the hell is built like that in America with little to no tattoos? Just get with somebody regular. No, that ain't dressed like
America's
that. Nah, she got.
America's cooked, bro.
She was talking to a friend on the phone that she was gonna go meet up later on at her birthday. See, in America, she'd have been on the phone taking a collect call from Sing Sing, whatever dude she got up there in Rikers. Nah,
County doing a bid, man. It's
yep.
America's cooked, man. I don't know, bro. Like I say, I do think there are still a few good sisters out there, but they're few and far between. And even some of them,
They
they
with
like
a white man.
yeah, they either with a white dude or they like Pookie and Ray Ray. So it's like you can slice, or they just don't have the skills to be a good wife. And some niggas be like, man, shit, if you gamed up, if you got the ism, you a break a broad. You will break a broad down and build it back up, put the Mac game, put the ism, you know what I'm saying? Turn a duck into a swan, you know, that pimp game shit. I was like, nigga, I ain't no damn pimp. And who got time to be doing that, bro? Like you can't make a, especially after a woman turn a certain age, you can't make a woman, you know what I'm saying? You can't do all that.
And the guys who saying that shit, they been to jail. They come from a criminal background.
Yeah, that's that jailhouse knowledge. That's that a regular nigga ain't doing all that, bro. And it's
Yeah,
like if yeah, and what's the most of them dudes like it's either one or two. They either got a lot of money, so they you know what I'm saying you could do that. Like bitches gonna kind of fall in line when you got the bag to a certain degree, or they ain't got no money, so they got a lot of time on their hands to get the woman to do shit for him. Like what's the shit? Like a bum sexual. Bro got all he playing 2K eating cinnamon toast crunch all day. So when you get off work, he got all the energy to blow your back out for 3 hours straight. You know what I'm saying? He pop a honey pack, he got the energizer battery. I got a job. I got to go to work. I mean, shit, that's 20, 30 minutes. Let's get it in. I'm done. I'm tired.
yeah. See, that's my brother. My brother, he's a homosexual,
Yeah.
and he just living off of his girl. He don't work. He don't do nothing. Living in Cali.
Oh yeah,
And
smoke weed all day,
yep,
play 2K.
yep,
Soon as Shorty get off work, man, I got. How was your day, babe? This is not okay, man. I might cook for you. Next thing you know, I'm blowing your back out. It's 10 o'clock. You got home at 7. It's 10. And we just now getting done.
yep.
Oh my God, he got so much time for me. Well, damn, I mean, shit, he ain't got no job. It's like, yeah,
Mm.
that's how it be, bro. It's like this. It's sad, bro. It's sad, man. Yeah, a lot of dudes ain't going for it. A lot of dudes ain't dealing with it. It's not just bros, bro. Dudes from all communities, the Asian dudes, we already know what they dealing with. You know what I'm saying? Even the white boys, they going overseas. I mean, the Latino cats, they've been doing it. They've been bringing they chicks. Oh, they come over here. They born here, and they bring their chick from over there because they mama be like, you gonna get you a girl from back home. So they mama be making them do it. So they, you know, so it's
Yeah.
because if you
But
notice,
then like
like,
they break bad because I met a few of them in Canada, like Asian couples in Canada. Then Canada don't really turn out to be what they thought it was gonna be, and then they end up in Toronto at first because all immigrants they go to the biggest city in America and find out like this ain't it. So
mm-mm,
then they'll go to like Edmonton because there's more money out there, but they still don't make it over there. So now they driving Uber, delivering, doing deliveries and shit like that. And then that girl who's probably working at a receptionist desk, at the receptionist behind the desk at a hotel, you talk to her and it's like, okay, damn, where you from? Yeah, I'm from Japan. How long you been here? Oh, I've been here 6 months. Oh, okay. You here by yourself? Yeah, I'm here by myself. For real? Yeah. So you don't have no family here. You not married or anything. No, I'm married, but my husband, he don't make no money. I'm pretty much doing
mm.
everything by myself. I'm like, oh, look at this bitch right
Telling you, boy,
here.
these niggas gonna learn about them Asian women, boy. The almighty dollar.
Yeah. Yo.
Asian, man, if you got the money, I'm not talking about the ones born in the U.S. and Canada. I'm talking about the ones from Asia. The ones that born. I think Asian women from the States are probably the worst women to deal with, like ever. I think they worse than white women because they have the. It's like they have the worst of both worlds. They have the worst of their culture, like the expectations, masculinity, all this shit, and they got Western feminism, bro. And they not doing none of the shit that the women from their homeland doing because they don't want to be what's that, fetishized or whatever the fuck. They don't want to be like they don't want to live up to those stereotypes. They hate the stereotype of like the submissive Asian woman. They do not like that shit. So they will go above and beyond to like prove that they ain't about that shit. I'm like, oh my God. The worst thing you could ever do is get an American Asian bitch. Like, nah, that's not
Yeah,
what you
see,
want to do.
but here's the thing, like those one I'm talking about, they've only been in Canada for like a couple months. And
Yeah.
they already with the bullshit like scouting for other men.
Oh yeah, yeah. They moving up. They man, she got the file, she got the divorce papers. She about to hypergamy, bro. Like, yeah, them Asian women, oh yeah, they giving up the pussy for sure, man. You got a bag, man. I remember Rampage Jackson, bro. I see an interview. He
Yeah.
was like, he went to Japan because he always wanted an Asian wife. This dude said he went over there and he found him one. The girl said, "Yeah, I'll be your wife. You cool or whatever, but I don't really like you like that. But I'll be your wife. And then after we had a baby and shit, I'm gonna leave you. You just give me some money." And he agreed to it. He was like, "All right." And sure enough, she married him. She gave him a couple kids. I don't know how long, whatever. Later, she was like, "All right, we good. We done. You know what I'm saying? You divorce me, give you some money, give me some money, and we good." I said, "Damn, that's Asian woman cold, boy. They cold, like they cold, bro. They don't give a fuck, dog. It's something in them. They don't have like they not like Latinas. Like Latinas, they'll do you dirty too, but they'll kind of feel bad about it. Like they'll be like, oh, like they'll feel bad about it. a little bit, and they'll dog you out, and then they'll be like, "Are you okay?" Like, you know what I'm saying? Asian women don't give a fuck. Like, they, man, hey, Asian women will piss on you if you was on fire, dog.
Yeah,
Motherfuckers.
that's true.
Yeah, Latina, she'll cheat on you, she'll leave, but she'll take you grocery shopping and cook you a meal afterwards and say she's sorry, please don't hate me. And I hope we can work this out and be cordial while she with her new nigga. Asian woman, nah. Just
Yeah.
like you
Especially with the white guys, they'll play wife for years. They'll be the perfect wife for years, and then you like, hey, I'm gonna go visit my family back home. Okay, honey, I'll be here when you get back. Man, you get back, all your shit is gone. Your bank account's been empty. Your safe is empty. Your car is gone. Your motorcycle is gone. Your stash is gone. Everything is gone. I've seen
yeah,
that dozens of times happen in Thailand.
they be doing them white dudes dirty. And that's what's crazy. Like these niggas don't understand. Like, yeah, the white man in Asia, he's I guess he ain't at the top of the food chain. It's the rich age like Koreans and shit, Chinese and Koreans. They're at the top of the food chain. But as far as like non-Asians, yeah. But at the same time, the white dudes be getting done the worst because I guess they believe the hype. And then because they get the most cooperation up front, they let their guard down. They be all in, like you say, the long game. Like this dude then bought a house, a car, had kids with the chick, and then she switch up and gut him out. Crazy work, bro. Because they don't really respect them dudes. They respect the money, the status of being white versus Asian women in the U.S. They actually look up to the whiteness. Like they respect that shit. Like hard body. Like they do whatever for a white nigga. Like they don't care. Asian woman from Asia, they don't give a fuck about him. They like, bro, this dude, he white, he got money, and he give me some white babies. Like, and then I'm gonna leave him and I'm gonna get with, some bum ass Asian dude that I really want. You know what I'm saying? That's the difference. Like it's the same course of action, but the reason behind it is different. The Asian woman from the States, she would never disrespect no white man. Hell no. She'll never, bro. She'll do whatever for a white man. Asian woman from Thailand, she keep that nigga, she keep the white dude alone. She be like, them white boys be whipped, be trained. Them Asian women be training them white. I seen it, bro. I seen it. I seen it personally, bro. I seen it, bro. I'm like, damn, bro. Like I seen some white dudes. I met some white dudes, older cats, man. I guess they happy. He was like, they said, man, I live in Thailand. They like 60 years old, bro. Like they be like, yeah, I live in Thailand, man. And he's like, bro, you should do it. I'm telling you, I left America was the best thing ever. They got a house, bro. One dude, he had a whole setup. He had a kid. He had a half Thai kid. He had a house, like a big ass, like 3-story house, like compound, built that shit. Had a car, had like one of them, what's them, the Tata trucks. Um, that shit was tricked out though. He put some rims on that motherfucker, had like sound system in there, like leather seats. I was like, God damn, bro. He uh he had like a pig farm in the backyard and shit. I was like, God, dude was balling. And I asked him, I was like, how much money you put into this? He was like, man, I put it by 150. I said, God
Yeah, you ain't
damn.
gotta put in much, but shit, that shit could be taken from you in a minute if the woman decides that she wants to do that, you know. So, but I just don't feel comfortable owning any property over in Thailand. I don't know what it is, but and it's a little bit too far. See, like somewhere in Latin America, it's right there. You know, I'm getting my Spanish up. I've been learning Spanish, like studying it nonstop every day for about a month now. So I'm really invested into, you know, the language and actually trying to invest into a property down there. But shit, Thailand, that's too far. It's too far, and they make you jump through hoops just for a tourist visa over there,
Yeah,
let
I
alone like
heard
a house.
I heard about that, man. Like if you want to stay past like 60 days or 30 days, you can renew it. And then after that, it's like, bro, you got to go down to the police station and all. I was like, I ain't doing that, bro. Like every few months they change the law. I was like, hell no, I ain't doing it. Not for this. Like, and I'm not, no disrespect. Thailand is beautiful. It got nice beaches, but I was like, it's a ton of places in Asia with nice beaches. Dog. I was like, Thailand ain't the only place with nice beaches. Um, and if you want to be real about it, like keeping it a stack, the Philippines got better beaches than Thailand. Like Philippines might be, you know, Thailand is better overall, but if you want to go like just Glock for Glock, we just talking about beaches. I mean, Indonesia Indonesia got good beaches, so it's. I mean, that's, I don't know. These dudes be hyping up Thailand, man. This
Yeah,
is,
it's just cool to have fun there and then go. You know,
I wouldn't
just have
stay
your fun
longer
and
than,
go. But
yeah.
but I will say this: like the center of entertainment in Thailand is the shopping malls. That's what makes it convenient. See, like
But
if you live next to, like, if you live in Bang Na, or if you live somewhere like maybe even on Nud or whatever, not too far from M Quartier, they got the signature grocery store. So that's like a real high end grocery store, quality meats and everything, quality produce, and everything is in the mall. Like you got to go to the doctor, the dentist, the gym, the movies, like clothes, electronics, uh, everything is in the mall. Starbucks, whatever, coffee shop, everything is in the mall. All the high end restaurants is all in that mall right there. All the malls are set up like that. You
it's
want to
like that in
hoop,
Latin
you go to the
America.
mall.
It's like that in most places overseas. Like it's like that in Latin America. The same thing.
Nah, nah, it ain't like. I mean, I can't speak for all of Latin America, but when I was in Panama, nah, everything went in the mall. Like I've
It's like
never.
that in Colombia.
Uh, in Thailand, I was just like, damn, everything is in this mall. Everywhere else in Asia wasn't like that. China, you don't even want to step foot into a mall in China. That shit is so raggedy and
I ain't
dusty
never
on the inside.
I've never been to China. I've been intrigued, but it's just, bro, it's like I feel like it's too risky. Like it's just I like the history, you know what I'm saying? I would want to go to like a kung fu temple and like all that stuff and see the countryside, but I feel like China is just like
I
I
wouldn't go to
get
China for temples. Like I understand, like a lot of people think like, oh, I want to go to Forbidden City. I've been to the Forbidden City. It wasn't. It was like,
like going to
The
the
best
Alamo.
place for temples, I would say, is Taiwan. They have some nice temples if you go to
Okay.
specific ones, and Korea.
Okay. I've never been to Korea and I'm gonna have to put Taiwan on the list, bro. Like you talk highly of it, so I'm gonna have to put that one on the list.
Well, it
Um,
depends on like what you want to do when you get there. Because like if people expect to just meet a bunch of hoes or whatever, like in Thailand, then or the Philippines, then it's just like, yeah,
nah, I'm talking about like on the up and up. This is like if I hit some, I hit some, but it's like I'm just like on just explore type shit, like just
yeah,
chilling.
Taiwan, yeah, Taiwan. They, yeah, that's, I would say the best temples that I went to in Taiwan, in Taipei. I forget the name of it, but they got two temples on a mountain. When you take the gondola, it's like the same gondola you would take to go to the zoo. You just go to the temple. That was one of the flyest temples I ever been to in life.
Okay,
Then the one in Kaohsiung, like the city at the bottom of the map in Taiwan, like the last city at the bottom of the country, Taiwan. There's this there's this temple over there. There's like a big golden Buddha. on the outside. It's a huge compound, and it's that was one of the flyest places I've been to. So they got those were the two nicest temples I've been to. Then Hong Kong, they got the TNTN Buddha up on that mountain. That was really really nice.
I was about to ask you about Hong Kong, bro. I always wanted to go there, bro. It's like one of the top places I wanted to go. Um, how
I ain't
was
gonna
it
lie,
out there?
man. One of the baddest bitches I ever seen in life was in Hong Kong.
Yeah, I
Um,
gotta make my
this chick
way
looked
out
like
there,
Laura Croft, and she was walking with a white dude. I was like, damn, she fine.
of course. It's always a white nigga, bro. It's always that's the guy. It's how I go, bro.
Yeah,
I
that's
always wanted to go because I've been to Singapore. Singapore was cool. Um, Singapore was cool. I
Singapore's
probably
cool for like 2 days.
yeah. I spent 3 days there because I had a
Yeah. Hello, where'd he go?
yo. Can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So my cousin, his girlfriend showed me around. She was a local, and she made a whole itinerary for me and took me around and stuff. It was cool. Like I granted I ain't get to do no, you know what I'm saying? What's that place, the four floors of horrors or whatever it's called? I didn't get to go there and do no nightlife shit, but the food in Singapore is crazy. Like the cuisine out there, it was crazy. Like man, I had a whole bunch of like different kind of foods out there, like Chinese food. It was a bunch of just different. The food scene in Singapore is crazy. Um,
Mm.
Hey, I want to go to Hong Kong. Uh, that's definitely at the top of my list, man. You got me.
Well, I would have to put the food in Hong Kong above Singapore because I didn't really have like good plates like that in Singapore.
I bet
Um,
I'm knowing, bro.
it's like Singapore. It was really really nice, really clean,
Yeah, it
small
was.
island country slash province slash city. Very active at night. People are jogging and stuff like that. I like active cities, active countries and whatnot. But Hong Kong is like, man, I ain't gonna lie, man. It was so the best. I've been there many times, but I want to say that the one time that I took the train from what's that, Shenzhen, China, because it borders Hong Kong. So I'm in the northern part of Hong Kong, taking a train into like the city, and man, that was some of the most exotic forestry I've ever seen in my life. Like I've never seen trees that look that exotic, and then we drive in and you see the mountains, and then you see like mansions on top of the mountains, and the mansions got a helipad, and it's just then like halfway from the border to the city, there's like this university. So all the university girls get on and they looking good, and then you go to the city, and man, like Hong Kong got everything. It got like the rural exotic side, and you got the city life, and you got Disney World, and you got the Buddha statues, the touristy areas of fly, the 10,000 Buddha monastery. Then you got Macau, that's not that far. And in Macau, that's like the Vegas of Asia.
So which one is better? Because how's that? Because Hong Kong, it's not China, or is it? I know it was like it wasn't at first. It was like an independent territory that the British gave back, but then China took it. But then it's in a transition period, and what was it 2047? I don't know the details of it. How is that working out?
You pretty much, I mean, it's pretty much China now. You know,
Okay,
pretty much
okay.
China. After what happened a few years ago, yeah, it's pretty much China
Yeah,
now.
that protest and all that.
Yeah, I think internet is still open and available now. I don't think they've shut the internet down like they do in on the mainland, but man, it's pretty much taken over by China now. but
Because
I don't think
I
it's
was gonna
changed that
ask
much. I've
that.
seen like some videos on YouTube recently just to see like, okay, how are things now? And a lot of people are moving back to Hong Kong. A lot of people left, but now they're moving back. And man, I messed with one chick over there in China, and that was about it. I don't really know how the women are. The women weren't ugly when I was there. The chick I was messing with wasn't ugly. So, but it's fly. It's definitely worth visiting.
Yeah, I'm gonna definitely check that out, man. That's definitely on my list. I want to go to Korea. I ain't never been. Hong Kong, and I'm gonna put Taiwan on the list too, man.
Out of all of them, like Korea, Hong Kong, Taiwan, man, if I had to pick one to go to, like if you could only go to one first, I go to Korea.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, definitely go to
Korea looks dope.
Korea. Is like one of my favorite places I've ever been to.
Man, they food scene is crazy. I be seeing the little street food they be having. That stuff be looking crazy. I be like, damn, that stuff be looking good, man. Um,
Yeah, I
cause
mean, their food is it's not the best that I had. It's not bad. It's not like I've had. Like if I had to say the best I've had in Asia, I would say definitely Thailand if you eat in the right places, because you eat in like these mom and pop spots, you can catch like I would catch strep throat all the time in Thailand. So the best place I've had was like in Thailand and Japan.
oh,
But
Japan clears, bro. They
yeah,
food is just it's on another level, dog. Like,
yeah,
my God. I I mean, and I went out there and you know, the food is so clean, it's healthy. They standards with the way the food, the ingredients, just everything is just to a high standard out there. Bro. Like, Japan is probably one of the only places I live where I'm not attracted to the women and I just wouldn't give a fuck. Like I'm just like, I don't care. I don't care. I still love it here. It's because
yeah.
it's
How
just
how are the women out there? Because when I went, I was like, man, I wasn't impressed by the women out there.
nah, bro. They not, bro. Like out of all the Asian women, countries, they probably like body wise, they probably the worst. Like it's literally rare. Like I actually met a thick ass Japanese girl, and she was like, um, you already know what that is. Like every nigga that come through Japan hitting that. Like I was like,
Yeah,
actually my boy was hitting it. He passed it off to me. She wasn't really choosing. She wanted it. You know what I'm saying? I was like, all right, cool. The girls there, they're kind of like. Now there are some little baddies, some little cute ones, but for the most part, they ain't really. I don't see it, bro. Like they just real small and real frail. They not like, and some of their teeth be all jacked up.
yeah. I think
They
I should do a whole live stream talking about. I should label it Japanese women are overrated.
they're very overrated. Probably out of all the countries in Asia, they're probably now. One thing I will say is they drip is crazy. Like it's like Japanese girls, they drip is insane. Like that's probably why a lot of people hold them in high esteem because the way they dress, I ain't never seen no woman dress like that. They drip is off the chain, bro. So, um,
Yeah,
but besides that,
that's like Korea.
yeah, but Korean women are actually fine. Like the Korean women are actually like really attractive, at least compared to Japanese women. Um, yeah, Japanese women, they to me, honestly, out of all the Asian countries that I've seen or been to, they're probably the worst. Like
Mm,
looks wise, they're probably the worst.
yeah,
They're friendly, but they're like, no, they're respectful. I won't say friendly, they're respectful. The men are friendly, like they'll help you out. The people are really nice. Like if you ask for help, they'll help you out. They're really respectful. Their culture is like, um, but as far as dating, I mean, I've heard like some people say they prefer black men. I heard a lot of brothers. I actually know a guy, a mentor of mine. He married a Japanese woman, He a big ass black dude from Mississippi. I mean, I I didn't see it. I wasn't there long enough. I was on there for like 8 days, so I couldn't really tell you. But from what I seen, women wise, I wasn't impressed, bro. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Yeah, me neither. I wasn't impressed. Also, I would say the country that impressed me the most was Korea.
I
Definitely
could see
Korea.
that. I could see that, man. Korean women, Korean women are the beauty standard in Asia, so I can see that.
Yeah,
Even the slim ones, bro. Like they just, I'll be like, damn, bro. They, yeah, they like that. Korean women's like that. Uh,
yeah, yeah. Shit, man. All right, man. I'm finna get off of here. Shit, it's been like 4 hours and 15 minutes. So it was good talking to you. And anytime you want to come up here and chop it up, feel free to do so. So
yeah,
I
no
gotta,
doubt, bro.
yeah, I gotta think of the next live stream, what the next topic is gonna be. Um, shit. But man, I appreciate you coming up here.
Yeah, thanks for having me, bro. I'm subscribed. I'm tapped in. So, yeah, next time you get a live, I should get a notification. I'll tap in, bro.
Yeah, anytime, man. Feel free to come up. More than welcome to.
Yeah, no doubt. I appreciate it, Splash.
All right, man. See you next time. All right, man. I was John Q, aka 3D Reticle. All right, salute to John Oliver. Thanks forever. The realness, or I think you meant to say thanks for the realness. I appreciate it, John Oliver. Thank you for the $9.99 super chat donation. Man, that was a lot of good game that John dropped, you know. So guys, Asian women versus Latina women in Panama, because I can only really talk about Panama. It's a no-brainer, right? If you've been hanging with me now for this entire time, this entire live stream in its entirety, it's a no-brainer where you should go when it comes to travel. Yeah, Latinas win all the way because here's the thing, man. Latinas is, you know what's funny on Instagram when you tell women like when 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 there's something going on like on the shade room or whatever, so, some black woman does something wild on the shade room, or better yet, they'll show like Gabrielle Sidibe with her white husband, and got a tattoo of her name on his arm. And then black women will put in the comment section, yeah, go where you're tolerated, go where you're celebrated, not tolerated. And I was like, yeah, you damn right. That's why I'm over here with the Latinas. And I get a bunch of black women who respond to me, yeah, well, fuck you. We don't want you anyway. And I find it funny how black women automatically, when they hear the word Latina, they automatically think I'm talking about somebody non-black. When in Latin culture, the majority of women in Latin culture are black or black descent, right? I just showed y'all a picture on the screen earlier of the woman who, I met over there in Panama, Colombian. I mean, this is a dark-skinned black woman. Look very, very pretty. She's technically Latina. She don't speak no English. She only speaks Spanish. So if I say I'm over here with these Latinas, meaning her, then I'm not over here with a black woman, right? So, I don't think, I don't think all women are that dumb in America to think that all women are just like some Jennifer Lopez looking chick in Latin America. No, there's black women. But maybe they are saying that because I'm not talking about black American women. And you damn right. I'm skipping right over y'all. Y'all can't put one foot in front of the other when it comes to working with a man in a relationship. Right. So, and it's just not black American women, it's all races of women in America. We skipping over these hoes, we taking flight, and we risking our lives going down to Latin America. We risking getting scoped, getting robbed, so that we could be with these Latinas, right? Because you're gonna rob me anyway in America. I marry you, I do the right thing, I marry you, have kids. As soon as you get your 2 or 3 kids, you're gonna rob me. And you're gonna use the government against me to rob me. Right? At least with a Latina, she robbed me she drained my bank accounts. I'll just file fraud at the bank and I get my money back. Right? It was just I felt violated, but I get everything back. Right? Black woman, man, you ain't getting shit back. You are not getting shit back. She get her kids and she leave. That's the protocol out here of really all races of women out here. So, man, look, and it's like the sex appeal that women have in Latin America, the bodies, the look, you like they. It's not even comparable. It's not even comparable. Like the beauty in Latin is something you don't see in America. It's a totally different level of beauty. Like that picture I showed you of that girl. Let me put it back on the screen. That's her hair, right? Hold on. Let me put this fine motherfucker back on the screen. Hold on. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. We gonna end this, but hold on. That is her hair. That's her real eyes. I checked. That's her real body, right? This is all her, right? And no smell, none, no smell. You know what I'm saying? Skin smooth, cocoa butter soft. Don't speak no English. You understand? So, hey, man, like, and you know, a brother like me, when I showed up, she was happy to be in my presence, happy to hang out with me, happy to spend time with me. She's still happily messaging me to this day. You see what I'm saying? I ain't gotta have a full PF tattoo on my neck. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gotta have gang gang tattooed on my neck to be with this woman right here. I just show up as my square self. All right. So yeah, you go over to Asia and get the struggle, right? You ain't getting women like this. A woman like this, the Asian version of this woman right here, you ain't even she ain't even like you ain't even worth her wasting her breath calling you the N-word. You know what I'm saying? That's how much they find you disgusting. Over an Asian woman that fine, and even if she's an Asian woman that fine selling it over in Asia, she not even going like, nah, I ain't selling it to you. You know, just go on here somewhere. I ain't even selling it to you. No sale. Sell for him, not for you. You know what I'm saying? You take your black ass on. Somebody that fine in Asia, either you ain't even worth wasting their breath calling the N-word, or she ain't selling it to you. One or the other. This fine motherfucker right here, we was walking together throughout the entire mall. Then she wanted me to go with her to her friend's party that night, but I peeped game. I'm like, nah, I'm gonna end up with the bill buying y'all drinks. All right, you just come over to the hotel after you done with your friend. That's what happened, right? You come to my hotel after you done buying all the hotel, the drinks and shit for you and your friend's birthday party. And she sent me pictures and videos of her friend's birthday. It wasn't really, it was, I'm thinking like, yeah, it's going to be a bunch of dudes. And no, it was just her and her friend out. I was like, okay, damn. It was just a girl's night out. That was it. Right? Kept it fresh for me, kept it tight. You know what I'm saying? Hey, look at this right here. Look at this. This man been rocking with us the whole time. He still got interest in Asia. Okay, man. Okay, man. Okay, man. Asia's made safe too. I'll give you that. It is safe. But I'd rather take a girl over. I'd rather take this fine motherfucker right here on the screen with me to Asia. That's how I do it. And I shit on all the women over there in Asia. All right. If she was in Houston, she would have her nose in there. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Boy, if she was in America, doesn't she look like Bernice Burgos? I keep saying, like, I would always see, I wouldn't even show her face before. I'm like, just think of Bernice Burgos. Bernice Burgos, she got on the Joe Budden podcast talking about, man, like a man who just take the initiative, like, here, baby, here goes $700, go get you some panties or whatever. You just want a man to drop $700 for you to get you some draws, right? Just what? Yeah, I would say she finer than Bernice. Bernice got the name, but yeah, I would say she finer than Bernice. Yeah. Yeah. Cause out here in America's Houston, like you wouldn't even Houston, like she wouldn't even like the area that I live in, I gotta make a video tomorrow. I want to make a video showing you guys the area that I live in. I want to show you what the houses look like in this area over here. See, where I live at, this chick right here is fine enough for a man of means in this area to buy her a house over here. But she would turn that down, right? She rather collect bags from multiple men and then brag about how, how hard she work and how, but in well, I just showed up my regular self and she was happy as hell. If I show up my regular self and she was from Houston, she was, oh. She wouldn't even, first of all, she'd be like, hey man, don't even bother. A motherfucker like this, you be in her DMs and if you ain't got a blue check, she ain't even checking this shit. She probably got a filter on her Instagram where it's like, hey, put all the pages with no blue check marks, put them in the trash, right? Put them in the trash. I could call this chick right now. Babe, how you doing? But I have to speak Spanish to her though, because she don't know no English. She been a high-rise condo in West Chase, Uptown, getting her back blown out by the entire Houston Rockets team. Jalen Green, yeah. Beating the walls, yeah. 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 She get her back blown out by the whole team. And then when she end up pregnant, she gonna have a birth in LA and try to file and register the baby in LA so she can get California child support. It's a sick world out here with sick people, right? Boy, well, I can't wait to see her again. Oh my God. I can't wait to see her again. Boy, I'm gonna eat all my food out her ass. I'm gonna heat my food up lukewarm and have her lay on the bed and put my food in her ass. It's gonna be an ass bowl. I ain't even gonna use no utensils. I'm gonna eat all my food out her ass with my mouth with no utensils. That's how fine this motherfucker is. Boy, if you want me to go to Asia, and there's plenty of women like this out here with their mind right. Oh man. Whew. Man, I can't. Well, I'm about to get off here and go jack off. All right. So y'all have a good night. I'm over and I'm out. Y'all stay blessed. Until next time. Peace. I'm out.